Before there were nations, before the word civilization was spoken, there was only the sound of wind over water, of footsteps upon earth, of hands shaping the world from what they found beneath their feet. From those first gestures, the stroke of pigment on rock, the curve of a pot, the stacking of stone toward the sky, humanity began its longest conversation, a dialogue with time. This journey traces that conversation. It begins with the Nile's breath, where life first learned the rhythm of order and renewal. It moves westward into the marble sunlight of Greece, where thought took form in proportion and balance. It walks beneath Rome's arches, where discipline became destiny, and then turns east and south to the clay cities of Mesopotamia, where writing and worship rose from dust. From there it passes through Persian gardens, perfumed by geometry and water, through the stone forests of Mesoamerica, where myth took shape in architecture, and finally descends beneath the soil of China into the stillness of the terracotta army, a silence that holds the echo of every empire before it. Across these landscapes, the same pattern reveals itself, the desire to make permanence from impermanence, to bind the fleeting breath of life into something that endures. Each culture built in its own language of elements, river and reed, marble and bronze, clay and pigment, yet all spoke to the same truth, that beauty, balance, and belief are ways of remembering what it means to be human. This is not a history of conquest or kings. It is a meditation on what endures when sound fades and power crumbles, the architecture of the soul. The temples and cities, the sculptures and gardens, the written lines and silent ruins, all are fragments of one immense design, drawn by countless anonymous hands across millennia. Together they form a map, not of territory, but of consciousness. You are invited to walk that map, to feel the stone under your palms, the dust of time on your breath, the wind that carries the same scent it did for those who lived and dreamed thousands of years before you. Let the world unfold, not as a timeline, but as a single, living landscape, one in which every civilization is a reflection of the same flame, the human longing to create, to understand, to endure. This is a journey through the memory of the world, and through the quiet pulse of eternity that still beats within it.
Part 1. A Journey on the Nile, the Eternal Land of Egypt.
Before civilization had a name, the Nile was already breathing. You begin where water shapes the world, where floods carve order from chaos, and life rises from silt and sun. In Egypt, you will learn how balance became sacred, and how the rhythm of a river taught humanity the meaning of eternity. Chapter 1. Dawn on the River of Life.
It is still dark when the felucca slips quietly from the bank and glides into the slow pulse of the Nile. The boat's canvas canopy billows faintly in the cool pre-dawn air. Beneath it, you lie back, half awake, listening to the hush that lives between water and sky. The river breathes beside you, a soft rhythm of current against wood. Somewhere close, reeds whisper as they brush the hull, their sound as delicate as silk. The air smells of damp earth and wet stone, of water that has touched every life along these banks since time began. A fisherman's oar dips once, twice, sending ripples outward through the silver darkness. Then silence returns, broken only by the first bird calling from deep in the papyrus. The horizon is still only a rumor of light. The silhouettes of date palms stand motionless against a sky the color of deep indigo. Slowly, the east begins to pale. The boat rocks gently, and your breathing falls into rhythm with its sway. You feel the fabric beneath your fingertips, rough woven linen, cool with dew. The world is awakening in layers. The scent of water mingles with smoke from a distant hearth. The sound of a heron's wings cuts briefly through the air. The chill of night yields to the first soft warmth of dawn. As the light strengthens, the river reveals itself, broad, calm, and infinite. Mist clings to its surface like a veil. On the far bank, women in long linen robes walk single file, clay jars balanced gracefully upon their heads. Their reflections ripple and dissolve. Children run barefoot along the damp sand, their laughter echoing across the stillness. A goat bleats, a bird answers. The breeze carries the faint sweetness of flowering lotus, the aroma of life renewed. To drift upon this river is to float through the bloodstream of an ancient world. For millennia, the Nile's annual flood has arrived like the heartbeat of the earth itself, turning desert into fertile black land, Kemet, the land of life. You can almost see the ghosts of those floods in the landscape around you, the dark stains on mud brick walls where the water once reached, the pattern of dikes and canals that guided it across the fields. When the inundation came, the people rejoiced, for it was the breath of Osiris returned, the promise that order had triumphed again over chaos. You imagine the farmers of old, their feet sinking into wet silt as they shape earthen embankments by hand. The smell of fresh mud fills the air, the sound of shovels and human voices rises with the morning mist. Water glints in narrow channels, reflecting fragments of sky. In their rhythm of labor, building, planting, waiting, you sense a harmony with the river that is both physical and sacred. Life here has always depended on that balance. Too little water and famine followed. Too much, and the flood would swallow homes. Between these extremes lay Ma'at, the perfect equilibrium of all things. The boat glides onward. The sun climbs higher, washing the world in color. The sky turns pale gold. Along the shore, palm thatch huts glow warm against the green of barley fields. Smoke rises from small fires. The contrast between the lush black earth and the endless red desert beyond it is almost unreal. Two worlds touching, yet forever apart. The Egyptians called them Kemet and Deshret, the black land of the living and the red land of the dead. Together they formed a single cosmic map, life and death in perpetual dialogue. Every color around you carries meaning. The deep blue of the river is the hue of creation itself, sacred to Amun, the hidden god. The green reeds along the bank recall the rebirth of Osiris and the endless renewal of the fields. Even the black silt gleaming beneath the water's skin is holy, the very substance of resurrection. And as the sunlight grows, it paints everything with gold, the color of divinity, of the god's imperishable flesh. In this palette of nature and belief, you begin to sense what the ancients saw, that to live in balance with the world was to live within the heart of eternity. The wind shifts slightly. You feel its touch on your face, cool, carrying the faint salt of distant marshes. A heron lifts from the water, its wings flashing silver in the sun. The sound of its cry seems to open the sky wider. Behind it, the western desert glows pale and immense, its dunes catching the morning light like molten copper. In that direction lies the realm of the dead, where the sun sets each evening before its rebirth. Ahead, to the east, the horizon blazes, the domain of the living, where Ra begins his daily voyage across the heavens. Between these two eternities, your boat drifts, suspended in the quiet balance that the ancients called Ma'at. You imagine priests in distant temples watching the same sunrise, their linen garments stirring in the breeze. They raise their arms toward the light, chanting hymns to honor the sun's renewal. In your mind, you hear their voices, a low, measured cadence carried across water and time. The rhythm matches the pulse of the oars, the steady lap of the river. Each verse is a promise that order endures, that the world will again be made whole. Your guide points to a stone structure on the bank, a nilometer carved into the rock. Its steps descend into the river's shadowed depth. Here, long ago, scribes measured the height of the flood and recorded it on papyrus scrolls, knowing that prosperity or hunger depended on those numbers. You picture them kneeling with reed pens, their hands stained with ink, translating water into prophecy. Even mathematics was a sacred act, an attempt to read the thoughts of the gods written in tide and current. As the sun rises fully, its warmth deepens. The smell of wet clay and crushed reeds gives way to the sweetness of ripening grain. Farther along, fields shimmer with dew. Farmers lead oxen through furrows. A boy sings as he drives a pair of donkeys loaded with baskets of vegetables. The rhythm of daily life unfolds like music, measured, patient, eternal. You rest your head against the wooden railing of the boat. The timber is smooth and faintly warm from the growing light. The sound of the water against the hull is hypnotic. You can almost taste the mineral tang of the river in the air. Your thoughts drift to the countless generations who have watched this same sunrise, breathed this same scent, felt this same wind. Pharaohs and farmers alike have called this river their origin and their end. It has carried boats of commerce and of mourning, bearing both grain and the dead, always flowing toward the same horizon. In that awareness, time dissolves. The line between past and present blurs, and you feel yourself slipping into the same timeless rhythm. The sun now stands high, turning the surface of the water into sheets of gold. The world is awake, yet within you a calm remains. The calm of knowing that what you see has never truly changed. The felucca drifts onward through the brightening day. The oars rest in their locks. The breeze fills the sail with a soft sigh. The river's reflection shimmers against the canvas canopy, casting wavering patterns of light over your skin. You close your eyes
and let them flicker across you like memory. Somewhere a temple bell rings. The sound travels over the water and fades into distance. The Nile flows endlessly toward the horizon, a mirror of the sky itself. Around it, the world hums with quiet purpose. In this moment, everything feels in balance. The river, the land, the wind, your breath. You are part of it all, carried gently within the current of the living earth. And as the boat glides through sunlight and shadow, you understand what the ancients must have known, that peace is not stillness, but motion in harmony with the eternal flow. Chapter 2. The Geometry of Eternity. Contemplating the Great Pyramid. By mid-morning, the river's movement has stilled behind you, replaced by the immense quiet of stone and sky. The felucca rests at a small dock far below, and the sand beneath your feet still carries the night's cool breath. Each step forward sinks slightly, releasing a faint hiss, as though the desert itself exhales with you. Ahead, rising from the shimmer of heat, the Great Pyramid of Khufu dominates the horizon, its angles sharp even in distance, its shadow long enough to seem alive. The air is pale gold, the sky washed clean of cloud. And within that vast simplicity, the monument appears less built than revealed, as if the desert had folded upward to form it. You pause, feeling the stillness gather around you. The noise of the modern world fades quickly here. Even sound seems to slow against the weight of time. The first impression is scale, the way the pyramid seems to measure not distance, but existence itself. Its sides stretch outward like thought extending toward infinity. You approach, and detail begins to replace awe. The weathered steps rising in precise succession, the blocks fitted so tightly that even millennia cannot slip between them. You run your palm across the nearest stone. It is rough, warm from the sun, its surface coarse with grains that glitter faintly when the light shifts. For a moment, you imagine how it once looked, each block encased in polished white limestone, blazing so fiercely under the Egyptian sun that ancient travelers described it as a glare in the desert. The pyramid must have gleamed like a fragment of daylight fallen to earth. The air smells of heated dust and something faintly metallic, the scent of time baked into stone. A whisper of wind passes, carrying with it the dry sweetness of acacia, and the faint, almost invisible trace of smoke
from nearby vendors. The desert hums softly with cicadas. When the breeze stills, the silence is complete again, thick enough to hear your own heartbeat. It feels less like visiting a monument than stepping into a pause between breaths. You look upward. Against the pale sky, the summit seems to tremble in the heat. The slope of the pyramid rises evenly, each layer smaller, until it converges on the invisible point where heaven begins. This geometry has not changed for 45 centuries. Its perfection defies decay. The four sides align almost exactly with the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west, each face turned toward eternity with an error so small it could vanish within the width of a finger. You picture the ancient architects on the sand, measuring with cords and gnomons, reading shadows like language, their minds tuned to the movement of stars. The accuracy they achieved still humbles every instrument that tries to explain it. A gust of wind stirs again, sharper now. Sand lifts and dances briefly in the light, brushing your ankles. You squint against the brightness. Even with its outer casing long gone, the pyramid radiates heat like a slow-burning hearth. Yet in the hollows between its steps, cool air hides, a subtle exchange between stone and sun. You rest your hand once more upon the rock, feeling the contrast of warmth and chill, permanence and transience, coexist in the same material. A memory forms, uninvited. The quarrymen along the cliffs of Tura, their hammers striking in steady rhythm. You can almost hear it, the metallic ring echoing through limestone corridors, the murmur of men hauling sledges across wetted sand, water poured to ease the drag of weight. Above them, overseers mark the alignment with wooden rods and taut rope, while priests observe the shadows to find true north. The scent of sweat, clay, and oil fills the air. Torches flicker against the walls. Each block lifted is a prayer in action, a hymn in stone. When they placed the capstone, legend says the builders stood silent, watching the sunlight touch the summit first, then cascade down each face like liquid gold. The day advances, the light sharpens, and the pyramid changes character. At dawn, its eastern face blazed in copper hues. Now, at noon, the monument becomes almost colorless, so brilliant that form dissolves into glare. It seems less like a structure than a manifestation of the sun itself, a frozen beam of light. The heat presses against your skin, heavy and unrelenting. Yet there is peace in that stillness, a rhythm older than human breath. You find a low stone wall and sit, the sand crunching softly beneath your feet. Around you, stray dogs sleep in the shade of crumbled blocks. A pair of tourists murmurs in the distance, their voices soon carried away by the wind. The air vibrates faintly, shimmering above the surface of the desert. You inhale, and the world smells of sunlight, dust, and quiet endurance. For a long moment, nothing moves. Time feels layered here, centuries stacked like stones, each one holding its own silence. As you trace the edge of shadow along the pyramid's base, thought drifts to meaning. Its form, after all, is not arbitrary. The square base anchors it to earth, the domain of the living,
while the rising sides draw the eye upward toward the vault of heaven. In that ascent lies the pharaoh's imagined journey, from mortal ruler to divine being, from body to eternity. The pyramid becomes a stairway, a bridge between visible and invisible worlds. Even now, it performs that task. Standing before it, you feel your own thoughts begin to climb, step by step, away from noise, toward a still, unspoken clarity. At the pyramid's edge, the air trembles again. The light shifts. Afternoon has come, and the sun's angle changes the stone's expression. What was blinding white at noon now softens to amber. Shadows stretch long and cool. The lines of the monument sharpen. The grooves catch darkness like ink filling a carved inscription. The wind brings with it the scent of warm linen and faint spices from vendors beyond the ridge. Somewhere, a bell jingles on a camel's harness. Each sound arrives gently, as if wrapped in gauze. You stand and begin to circle the pyramid slowly. With every few steps, its face transforms. The east glows pale. The north turns to steel gray. The south burns honey gold. When you reach the western side, the sun has begun to fall, and the light slides across the surface like fire along water. For an instant, the desert and the pyramid share the same color, deep red, the hue of departure and renewal. The ancient Egyptians believed the western horizon was the realm of the setting sun, where the dead traveled to begin their next life. In that glow, you feel the echo of their faith, that death itself is not an ending, but a change of alignment. You sit again, this time facing west. The air cools by degrees. Insects resume their chorus. The pyramid shadow lengthens, stretching across the sand like a sundial, marking the slow descent of day. Its geometry is absolute, but its meaning shifts with light. The same structure, endlessly reborn in color and shadow. You realize that this is its truest lesson. The pyramid does not resist time, it converses with it. Each moment of the sun's passage redraws its edges,
redefines its soul. As the horizon reddens further, the first star appears, a single spark above the apex. The wind softens, the vendors pack their stalls. You close your eyes. Behind your eyelids, the afterimage of the pyramid remains luminous and perfect. You sense the presence of those who built it, their hands guiding stone, their eyes measuring stars. The weight of their patience presses gently against you. When you open your eyes again, the desert is turning violet. The pyramid glows with the last light, its peak catching the sun even as the base falls into shadow. For a heartbeat, earth and heaven are joined in one continuous line of light. Then the glow fades, and the stone becomes cool again, serene under the rising moon. You stand and breathe deeply. The air tastes of dust and distant water. Somewhere below, the Nile gleams faintly, winding through the dark. You begin to walk back across the sand, each step slow, each sound absorbed by the desert. The night wind brushes your skin with a dry, cooling hand. Behind you, the Great Pyramid stands silent,
a geometry of eternity etched against the stars. You know it will look the same tomorrow, and the day after, and 1,000 years beyond that. But you also know that it will never truly be the same, because every dawn, every passing shadow, every gaze cast upon it renews its meaning. And as you take one last look before descending toward the river, you understand what the ancients must have felt, that to build such a shape was to capture the rhythm of existence itself, the square of earth, the triangle of ascent, the point of union between light and void. It is both mountain and measure, both tomb and sunrise. Beneath its immensity, you feel not small, but still, balanced between sand and sky, between what endures and what flows away.
Chapter 3. The City of 100 Gates, a Day in Thebes. The journey drifts farther south, following the slow curve of the Nile until the landscape begins to change. The green banks narrow, the hills draw close, and there, between sand and sky, lies Thebes, the ancient city the Greeks once called the 100-gated. It rests in a basin of heat and silence where temples gleam like mirages and the cliffs rise like petrified waves. You walk through its breathless stillness, and the past seems to lean close, whispering in the dust. The path leads upward toward Deir el-Medina, a village of artisans folded neatly between barren slopes. The road is narrow and lined with stones the color of baked honey. A dry wind passes, carrying the smell of sand and sun-warmed clay. Beyond the ridge, a scatter of mud brick houses comes into view, 68 in all, arranged along a single crooked street. Time has preserved them with almost impossible tenderness. The walls still bear faint traces of ochre and cobalt. The plaster is cracked but unbroken. The jars and grinding stones remain where hands once left them. It feels not like a ruin, but a pause, life interrupted, breath held mid-sentence. Imagine waking here. The sun climbs behind the cliffs, pouring slow gold into the valley. The air smells of baking bread and wet clay. You sit cross-legged on a reed mat, watching your wife grind emmer wheat on a flat stone. Her arms move rhythmically, smooth with years of repetition. Outside, children chase a dog between houses, their laughter echoing through the lane. The sound of a goat bleating joins the distant murmur of voices. From somewhere, a flute begins to play, a thin melody that sways like a shadow on water. The first light glows against the plastered walls, revealing murals painted with care, eyes outlined in kohl, lotus flowers curling upward, prayers to Hathor brushed in red pigment that has outlived centuries. The village breathes. The artisans here are unlike any others in Egypt, craftsmen of the sacred. By day, they descend into the Valley of the Kings, where they carve tombs for pharaohs and nobles. They work in the heat and darkness, their lamplight trembling against the walls of eternity. By night, they return home
and write their own stories on shards of limestone. Ostraka covered in notes, sketches, jokes, and complaints about missing grain rations. These fragments, still found scattered in the dust, are the heartbeat of Thebes, proof that behind the grandeur of kings stood ordinary lives full of hunger, humor, and hope. You wander through their homes. The air inside is cool, thick with the smell of dust and faint incense. In one house, a niche carved into the wall holds a faded image of Amenhotep I. His face, still visible beneath layers of time, gazes outward with calm benevolence. Here offerings of bread and beer once rested, tokens of gratitude from those who shaped eternity with their hands. In another dwelling, a low bench runs along one wall, its surface smoothed by generations of sitting. You can almost hear their conversations, soft voices sharing the gossip of the valley, the fortunes of work crews, the births and deaths of neighbors. Their words linger like shadows. Step outside again. The midday sun has risen high, turning every surface to light. The streets shimmer, the air itself hums with heat. From a distance, the desert looks motionless, yet its silence vibrates with the pulse of life. A donkey brays, a woman pours water from a jar into a clay bowl. A child squints at the brightness and laughs. Above, a hawk circles slowly, its cry echoing between the cliffs. Even the stillness here feels alive, every sound amplified, every breath deliberate. You pause beneath the shadow of a wall and run your fingers along its surface. The texture is rough, grainy, and warm. Tiny straw fibers embedded in the clay scratch lightly against your skin. The smell of earth clings to your fingertips. From the crest of the hill, you can see the entire sweep of the Nile Valley, a ribbon of green slicing through endless gold. The contrast is startling. The lush palms and shining water below, the pale wilderness stretching beyond. Thebes itself sits between two worlds, the living and the dead, the fertile and the barren. To the east lies the temple of Karnak, its columns rising like a forest of stone. To the west, the tombs of the kings, cut deep into the cliffs. The Egyptians believed that this geography mirrored the cosmic order, life unfolding in the sunrise, death in the sunset, and the river flowing eternally between them. As the heat deepens, the village retreats into shade. The doorways are dark, the alleys silent. Inside one house, a woman shapes clay pots near a low fire, her hands quick and sure. In another, a man repairs a sandal, threading new cord through worn leather. The scent of date syrup thickens in the air as someone stirs a pot over coals. It mingles with the sharper tang of wet plaster and the sweetness of ground barley. Each smell tells a story of survival and routine. You realize that to live here was to balance on the edge of two eternities, each day an offering between the world of gods and the world of men. The artisans of Deir el-Medina are not faceless laborers. They are poets in stone, philosophers of pigment. By carving the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife, they mapped their own. The walls of the royal tombs echo with their imagination,
skies filled with stars, boats sailing through the underworld, serpents coiled around the gates of night. They carved these visions by flickering lamplight, their bodies coated in dust, their minds steady as they traced eternity in line and color. When they emerged from the tomb, blinking against the daylight, they returned to lives filled with the ordinary joys of bread and laughter. Their dual existence, builders of the divine by day, fathers and friends by night, embodied the Egyptian truth that all life was sacred, all labor a prayer. You step into a larger forecourt. A well still holds a shallow pool of water, glinting beneath the sun. The stone rim is worn smooth by centuries of hands. You lean over and see your reflection wavering between light and shadow. Around you, fragments of painted plaster show figures kneeling before Hathor, their hands raised in supplication. Nearby, a half-buried jar still rests in a corner, filled long ago with dried grain. You touch its rim and feel a faint vibration, as if the earth itself remembers the rhythm of daily life, the quiet repetition of gestures that once held meaning. As the afternoon wears on, the air begins to soften. The light turns amber. Shadows stretch long across the ground. The villagers' day would be ending now. The men return from the valley, their shoulders dusted white with limestone. They set down their tools, wash their hands, and share bread baked in dome ovens. The children gather to listen as elders tell stories, the
exploits of gods, the tricks of animals, the wisdom of old kings. Laughter mingles with the rustle of palm fronds. Smoke rises from cooking fires, winding slowly into the darkening sky. The village glows like an ember in the hollow of the hills. You climb a nearby ridge to watch the scene unfold. Below, the pattern of life continues, unbroken across millennia. The Nile glitters in the distance, reflecting the last light of the sun. The air smells faintly of smoke, clay, and water. For a moment, you feel suspended between times, the present dissolving into the ancient. You imagine 1,000 evenings just like this one, the same laughter, the same labor, the same gratitude for light and shade. The desert swallows sound, but returns silence in song. And then, as dusk deepens, the cliffs across the valley begin to change color. The pale limestone takes on a rosy hue, then violet, then the cool blue of shadow. In those hills, unseen, lie the tombs the artisans built, their walls painted with stars, their ceilings arched like heaven. The workers knew that death was not an ending, but a passage, another kind of dwelling. Their art was an act of remembrance, to carve eternity so that life would not vanish. Even now, the faces they painted, serene and ageless, still gaze from the tomb walls, untroubled by centuries. The air cools. A faint breeze stirs the dust. Somewhere in the distance, a priest's chant drifts from the direction of the temple, slow, melodic, almost hypnotic. The words are lost, but the rhythm remains. You close your eyes and let it move through you. It sounds like breath, like the pulse of the earth itself. When you open your eyes, the first stars have appeared.
The fires of the village flicker like constellations fallen to the ground. The boundary between sky and desert blurs. You realize that this is what Thebes has always been, a meeting place of opposites, life and death, labor and worship, silence and song. The people here did not divide them. They wove them together into the same fabric of being. You breathe deeply. The night is warm, and the scent of baked earth lingers in the air. Thebes sleeps, but its spirit endures. A city of 100 gates, each one opening onto another layer of eternity. As you turn to leave, the horizon glows faintly, the desert swallowing the last ember of daylight. The world falls quiet again. The stars, like the painted ceilings of tombs, stretch above you, unchanged, unending, and full of memory.
Chapter 4. The First Tears. The Creation from Noon. Night settles quietly over the Nile. The air cools, and the fragrance of damp reeds drifts through the open window. Somewhere beyond the palm grove, the faint sound of water laps against stone. The world feels hushed, suspended between breaths. You lie still, and the darkness of your room deepens until it seems to merge with something older, vaster, a darkness that is not absence, but potential. The Egyptian priests once called it Nun, the boundless sea before all beginnings, the infinite, unshaped water from which everything was born. It was not evil, nor empty, but the quiet before creation, the womb of possibility. You imagine it now, not as a sea you could swim through, but as a living silence so complete it has its own pulse. Time ceases to exist here. There is no horizon, no sound, no boundary. The air is thick, yet weightless. You float within it, as though suspended in memory itself. The darkness is cool, almost tactile, brushing the skin like silk drawn slowly across water. When you breathe, the breath seems to dissolve into the liquid air around you, as if there were no difference between inside and outside. The heart slows, the senses blur. Everything waits. Then, somewhere within that endless stillness, a stirring, a tremor, delicate as a sigh. The black waters ripple. A faint shimmer of light flickers far below, like the heartbeat of something immense awakening. Out of the silent depth rises a swell, slow, deliberate, inevitable, until a mound of silt breaks through the surface. It glistens with moisture, steaming faintly in the primordial dusk. This, say the Egyptians, was the Ben-Ben, the first land, the world's first breath, the echo of creation itself. From the chaos of none, form begins to emerge. Upon this mound stands the first being, Atum, the self-created one, the God who brought himself into existence. He is at once man and principle, the embodiment of will in a world without shape. The night glows faintly around him, light pouring from his eyes like dawn breaking upon nothingness. When he opens his mouth, his voice is the first vibration of existence, sound turning into space, breath becoming being. From his exhalation comes Shu, the air, the space between things. From his moisture comes Tefnut, the dew,
the subtle balance of water and life. The two separate, yet long for each other. And from their union are born Geb, the earth, and Nut, the sky. The world divides and expands, sky arching over ground, horizon meeting horizon. Creation, in the Egyptian telling, is not an explosion, but a separation, a slow, graceful unfolding, like a lotus opening on the surface of still water. Imagine that first dawn. The air trembles with warmth. From the new horizon, the first rays of light spread across a rippling sea, and the land begins to breathe. The mound hardens into clay. The air grows fragrant with invisible life. Birds, yet unformed in the mind of the gods, stir as possibilities in the air. The god Atum stands upon his island, watching his creation shimmer beneath him. And his eyes fill with tears, tears of joy, of awe, of loneliness, for he is the first to witness beauty. The tears fall onto the clay, and from those tears, humanity is born. The Egyptians called themselves the people of Atum's tears. To live was to be born of divine emotion, the moisture of compassion that turned dust to flesh. The world that follows is not sudden. It grows like breath gathering in the lungs. Light swells and dims. Wind caresses the land, shaping dunes and valleys. The air smells of rain before rain exists. Somewhere in the silence, the first word is spoken, a name, a sound, a pulse, and the gods begin to weave the fabric of time. Stars scatter across the new sky like grains of glowing sand, each one a memory of the light that once lay hidden in noon. The sun rises from the horizon, carried by a celestial bark, its prow slicing through the morning mist. The Egyptians believed the sun was a traveler, a soul journeying daily from birth to death to rebirth, and that every dawn was not repetition, but resurrection. The first sunrise was not a moment in history. It was a promise renewed forever. The scene unfolds like a dream that deepens with every breath. You can almost feel the warmth of that first light on your skin. It is not sunlight as you know it, but a light that feels alive, fluid, almost fragrant. It smells faintly of resin and silt, of new leaves and unseen flowers. The wind carries with it the taste of minerals, the sweetness of fresh water mixed with the salt of the primeval sea. Your hands could reach out and touch the world as it forms, soft earth still wet from creation, air vibrating with invisible sound. You sense the presence of something enormous yet gentle, the rhythm of Ma'at, the principle of balance, emerging quietly between chaos and order. Ma'at is not merely law. She is harmony itself. In her feathers, the gods measured truth. In her silence, they weighed hearts. Her presence ensured that the Nile would rise at the right season, that stars would move in their appointed paths, that speech would follow thought and not disorder. You imagine her seated beside the mound, her wings spread wide across the horizon, her gaze serene as she watches the balance of creation settle into place. Even in this first moment, the Egyptians saw what few others did, that the world was not built once, but must be built continuously, upheld by rhythm, maintained by justice, renewed by ritual. To exist was to participate in the daily recreation of the cosmos. In the darkness of your room, you begin to hear it, the faint chant of priests in some distant temple by the river. Their voices are low and rhythmic, almost like breathing. The sound swells and recedes, echoing through stone halls lit by oil lamps. They are calling to the sun god to awaken, to rise once more from the body of noon. The words are ancient, yet their cadence feels familiar, the same slow tempo as waves lapping the shore. Each syllable is an act of remembrance, a reaffirmation of the world's order. You can picture them, bare feet on cool limestone, linen robes whispering as they move, incense smoke curling upward like a fragile bridge between heaven and earth. The smell of frankincense and myrrh fills the air, sharp and sweet. A jar of Nile water glints in the torchlight, ready to be poured in offering, a symbolic echo of the first waters from which the gods emerged. You imagine the temple itself, massive and still. Columns rise like papyrus stems, their capitals unfolding into stone blossoms. The walls are covered in hieroglyphs that shimmer faintly as the flames flicker. Each carving tells the same truth in a different form, the story of order born from chaos, of time renewed each morning. The floor is cool underfoot. The air holds the scent of resin and crushed petals. A priest dips a reed brush into blue pigment and paints the figure of a sun disk on the wall. A perfect circle, surrounded by rays ending in open hands. The gesture is tender, almost human. The gods, he knows, are not far from men. They dwell in the spaces between breath and word, between day and night. Outside, the first light begins to spill across the river. The water catches the dawn and turns gold. Herons rise from the reeds, their wings scattering droplets that gleam like tiny suns. Farmers kneel beside the fields, pressing their palms into the wet earth. The Nile itself seems to awaken, rippling as though remembering the first time light touched its surface. To the Egyptians, every sunrise was the recreation of the world. When the sun's disk rose, it was Atum reborn as Ra, the radiant traveler, steering his solar bark through the heavens. By midday, he blazed in glory. By evening, he descended toward the horizon, and at night, he journeyed through the underworld, battling serpents of chaos, bringing light even to the depths. The cycle was eternal, a living heartbeat woven from sky and soil through gods and humans alike. As you listen, you begin to feel the rhythm of this cosmic order pulse within you. It is the same rhythm as your breathing. Inhale, exhale, rise, fall. The same rhythm as the tide, the same as the flicker of thought and the pause between words. The Egyptians understood that to live was to echo the gods, to move in harmony with creation itself. When a craftsman carved a statue, when a mother baked bread, when a priest poured libation, each act was part of the same great ritual, restoring balance, shaping chaos into meaning. Even sorrow had its place, even tears were sacred, for the world itself was born from divine tears. In your mind, you see Atum once more, standing upon the island in the sea of noon. Around him, the world hums with newborn life. The sky arches blue and immense. The air trembles with birdsong. He looks down upon his creation, and again his eyes moisten. The tears fall, but they no longer form humans. They feed rivers. They nourish roots. They become the invisible salt in every sea. His grief and joy are indistinguishable now, merged into one endless act of giving. This is the essence of creation, that even the gods must weep to bring forth beauty. Night falls again.
The temple lamps fade, the chant dwindles to silence. Yet in that silence you sense continuity, the same stillness that existed before the first sound.
Before the first wave stirred the surface of none. The world does not end, it merely returns to waiting. The priests sleep, the river murmurs, the stars burn in their appointed places. In the distance, a jackal cries, and its echo fades into the hills. The desert cools, releasing the heat of the day in long, sighing breaths. The air tastes faintly of dust and water. Somewhere, unseen, a lotus closes its petals, folding the light within itself. And in the heart of that stillness, you understand what the Egyptians always knew, that creation is not something that happened long ago, but something that happens each time the sun rises, each time the heart opens, each time a tear falls. The first mound of earth is reborn whenever balance returns, whenever life begins again from quiet. To awaken, to breathe, to see light upon water, these are all small acts of Genesis. You are, in this very moment, floating once more in the sea of none, feeling the world stir around you. The breath you take is the first breath. The silence you hear is the silence before creation. The light that dawns tomorrow will not merely illuminate the world, it will recreate it. You close your eyes, and the darkness deepens, vast and gentle. Beneath it flows the eternal water, endless and calm. The rhythm of the priest's chant fades into your pulse. The stars drift like slow embers across the black vault of the sky. Somewhere far away, the sun prepares to rise, the same sun that first emerged from the primeval sea, the same light that will fall again on fields, temples, and quiet rooms. And as you drift toward sleep, you feel it, the timeless reassurance that the world, for all its fragility, will always return. The mound will rise, the god will open his eyes, the tears will fall, and from them life will begin again.
Part 2. A Journey into Harmony. The Mind of Ancient Greece. The light shifts westward, toward a land of marble and measure. Here thought itself becomes art. You walk through olive groves and open courtyards, where reason, beauty, and virtue intertwine. Where the Greeks sought perfection not in the gods above, but in the harmony within.
Chapter 5. An Evening in the Athenian Agora. When you open your eyes, the air itself feels changed. The scent of the river valleys of Egypt has faded, replaced by the sharper fragrance of dry grass, sun-warmed marble, and distant sea salt. The landscape stretches beneath a golden sky, hills of pale stone streaked with olive groves that shimmer like silver flames in the late afternoon sun. You stand at the edge of Athens, where the land of Attica descends toward the sea, and the day itself seems to hesitate before surrendering to night. The sun hangs low above Mount Hymettus, washing the city in honey-colored light. Shadows lengthen across the dust, and each stone seems to hold the warmth of 1,000 days. You begin to walk the Panathenaic Way, the ancient road that threads from the city's gate through the heart of Athens toward the Acropolis. Under your sandals, the stones are smooth from centuries of feet. Citizens, slaves, merchants, philosophers, poets, all passing where you walk now. The murmur of the city swells gently, a tide of voices rising and falling like breath. Soon the path opens onto a wide square, the Agora, the meeting place of the living city. In the classical age, this was Athens' beating heart. Here, markets, debates, and prayers mingled under the same sky. The air vibrates with 100 small sounds, the clatter of pottery, the bray of a mule, the rhythmic chant of a fishmonger calling his price. The breeze carries the aroma of grilled sardines, crushed thyme, and figs just split open by the sun. Smoke from small braziers twists lazily toward the pale columns surrounding the square. You move through the crowd slowly, letting each detail unfold. A potter leans over his wheel, clay sliding through his fingers like liquid earth. A sculptor polishes marble until it gleams, his chisel strokes echoing softly between the colonnades. Young men in short cloaks trade news near the fountain, laughing too loudly, their voices bright with ambition. An old philosopher gestures with a fig-stained hand, explaining some subtle argument about justice to a cluster of listeners who nod and frown in turn. The city is alive, but not hurried. Everything moves with a rhythm, both deliberate and spontaneous, as though time itself keeps pace with conversation. At the western edge of the square rises the Temple of Hephaestus, its Doric columns still nearly perfect. Between them, swallows dart in and out, building nests beneath the carved frieze. You pause at its steps, and the marble under your palm feels warm, almost breathing. The sculpted metopes above depict heroes battling centaurs, chaos subdued by order, a reflection of the Greek faith that beauty must be built upon harmony. Behind the temple, the hills of Kolonos and Lykabetos blush rose in the descending light, and the air smells faintly of olive oil and dust. The marketplace begins to quiet as evening deepens. Vendors close their stalls, stacking amphoras of wine and oil, wrapping figs in palm leaves. Artisans sweep their floors, and the sharp scent of sawdust rises. Children chase each other between columns, their laughter high and brief, echoing like birdsong before fading into dusk. Stray dogs curl on the warm flagstones. The last rays of sunlight glance off bronze statues, kindling them into brief fire before extinguishing. You feel the heat of the marble seep into your skin, and a profound stillness begins to settle. Oil lamps flicker to life beneath the porticos. The flames shimmer against painted walls, turning shadows into soft amber. Somewhere a lyre begins to play, a melody so simple and tender that it seems older than language. The notes drift through the air, mingling with murmured conversation. A woman's laughter rings from a doorway, quick and bright, then hushes as if caught by the night. The world grows smaller, more intimate.
The light from the lamps paints gentle halos on the polished stone. The air cools, and a hint of the sea, salt and myrtle, brushes your lips. You sit on a low step worn smooth by centuries. The marble beneath your hand still holds the day's warmth. From here you can see nearly the whole Agora, the Stoa of Attalos with its tall colonnades, the shrines of Zeus Agoroius and Apollo Patros, and beyond them the faint outline of the Acropolis rising like a crown against the darkening sky. The soundscape softens, sandals whisper on dust, an amphora knocks gently against another, a pigeon flutters down to the fountain. This is the sound of a civilization breathing. You imagine what it meant to live here, to belong to a city that believed thought and action were sacred twins. Every citizen was expected to speak, to question, to decide. Democracy was not a word, but a rhythm of daily life. Men debated beneath the colonnades, their voices rising in reasoned disagreement. Ideas about justice, beauty, and virtue were not confined to temples. They spilled into the streets, carried in conversation and laughter. Even the simplest acts, buying bread, greeting a friend, felt part of a greater whole. To the Athenians, civic life was not separate from spiritual life. It was an extension of it. The Greeks had a word for this ideal, arete, excellence, the fulfillment of one's potential in harmony with nature and reason. To live with arete was to sculpt not just marble, but one's own character. You see it in the athletes practicing in the palestra, their movements graceful and precise. Their bodies glisten with oil and effort as they wrestle and throw the discus, chasing not victory, but perfection. You hear it in the measured cadence of philosophers under the Stoa Poikile, arguing not to win, but to clarify truth. Each seeks the same center, the balance between thought and deed, mind and muscle, ethics and aesthetics. Another word rises in your mind, kalokagakia, the union of the beautiful and the good. It is the Greek conviction that outer beauty and inner virtue should mirror one another, that the well-formed body should reflect a well-formed soul. You picture a sculptor shaping a marble torso, his hand following the curve of muscle with reverence. The stone seems to breathe, not because it mimics life, but because it embodies balance. Around you, even the architecture speaks this language, the measured proportions of a column, the quiet dignity of a temple's entablature, the spaces between pillars where air and light become part of the design. Harmony was not decoration, it was devotion. As twilight deepens, the Agora becomes a mosaic of glimmers and shadows. The last merchants pack away their wares. The smell of roasted barley and sweet wine drifts through the air. A priest in white linen lights a small brazier before the shrine of Hestia, goddess of the hearth. The smoke curls upward, carrying the faint scent of myrrh. He murmurs a prayer, not to ask for favor, but to give thanks for order, for balance, for the day that has passed without chaos. Around him, life continues quietly. A mother gathers her child, a young man pours oil into a lamp, an old storyteller begins to speak of heroes whose names echo through the centuries. You walk again, slowly, following the line of the colonnade. The stone columns glow like ghostly trees in the lamplight. Somewhere ahead, the Acropolis glimmers, the Parthenon catching the last fire of the sun before sinking into silver. The city breathes beneath it, an organism of minds and hearts moving in concert. The rhythm of footsteps on stone feels ancient, unbroken. You sense how deeply these people wove philosophy into existence, how reason was not cold
abstraction, but a form of worship. How beauty was a moral obligation. The night air cools further, and the breeze rustles through the olive trees along the edge of the square. Their leaves shimmer, silver undersides flashing like sparks in the lamplight. You pause beside a fountain where water trickles over marble worn smooth as silk. You dip your fingers and touch them to your lips. The taste is faintly mineral, tinged with sweetness, the taste of continuity itself. In that moment, you realize why the Greeks built fountains at the center of their cities. Water was the pulse of life, the element that united household and cosmos. Every drop reflected the same principle that guided their art and politics, the search for equilibrium. The city quiets until only the occasional murmur or footfall breaks the stillness. Overhead, the first stars appear, bright and sharp against the deep indigo sky. The constellation of Athena's owl glows faintly above the rooftops, symbol of wisdom watching over her city. The air carries the faint rhythm of a flute from some unseen courtyard. You sit once more, letting the sound drift through you. The stone beneath your palm cools as the heat leaves it, and the marble step feels like the memory of daylight itself. The Agora is no longer a marketplace, it has become a temple of thought. In this fading light, the ideals of Athens take form not as words, but as sensations, the harmony of movement and rest, of body and spirit, of noise and silence. You can feel the living presence of democracy, commerce, and worship blending into one continuous melody. Even the shadows seem balanced, arranged with deliberation by the hand of evening. The moon rises slowly above the Acropolis, its light brushing the columns with silver, turning every outline into poetry. You breathe deeply. The air tastes of smoke, stone, and olives. Somewhere, a lyre finishes its last chord, and silence follows. Not emptiness, but repose. Around you, the city sleeps, yet its heartbeat continues in the rhythm of waves on the nearby shore, in the rustle of leaves, in the unspoken conviction that excellence, beauty, and goodness are one and the same. You close your eyes, and the Agora fades into darkness. Yet even as night descends, the marble still glows faintly in memory. The warmth beneath your hand lingers, a reminder that ideas, like stone, can endure beyond empires. In the stillness, you understand what the Athenians must have known, that harmony is not found, but practiced, not inherited, but renewed each day through thought, through art, through simple acts of attention. And as you drift toward sleep, the last sound you hear is the soft whisper of the olive branches moving gently in the Athenian wind, as if the city itself were breathing, eternal and alive.
Chapter 6. The Measure of Perfection. Contemplating the Parthenon.
The climb begins in silence. Evening has cooled the marble steps of the Acropolis, and the stones still hold a memory of the day's warmth, dusty, sun-sweet, faintly smelling of time crushed underfoot. A pale wind moves through the olive trees below, carrying the scent of resin and the distant smoke of the city's hearths. As you ascend, Athens unfolds beneath you in slow rhythm, rooftops glowing bronze in the fading light, narrow lanes dissolving into shadow, the harbor glinting faintly where the water of Phaleron catches the last color of the sky. Above it all, the Parthenon waits, serene, deliberate, a thought in stone held perfectly between sky and earth. The first columns appear as you round the final bend. They rise not in arrogance, but in equilibrium, their pale marble washed in amber light. From afar the temple seems exact, a miracle of mathematics. Yet as you approach, you sense its secret. Perfection here is not rigidity, but grace. The steps of the stylobate curve gently upward at the center, correcting the illusion of sag. The columns, too, lean inward by a breath, as though the building itself were breathing. The corner pillars are thicker, their mass balancing perspective. Each shaft swells ever so slightly at its waist, entasis, the Greek whisper of tension and vitality, so that no line appears lifeless. The architects, Iktinos and Kallikrates, understood that the eye does not love perfection in abstraction, but perfection made human, responsive to perception. They shaped a building not for the gods alone, but for the gaze of those who would stand before it. You pause at the threshold of the propylaea. The marble beneath your feet is smooth from centuries of footsteps, warm where it drinks the last sunlight. The air tastes faintly of salt blown in from the Saronic Gulf, and somewhere below a shepherd's bell rings across the hills. When you look upward, the Parthenon fills the sky, a harmony of verticals and horizontals, every column tuned to the next like strings across a lyre. In this hour between day and night, the marble shifts in color with every breath of wind, rose at one moment, silver the next, as if it remembers all the dawns and dusks that have passed across its surface. You move slowly along the colonnade. Between each pair of fluted pillars, the world alternates, Athens in one frame, open sky in the next. The wind hums softly through the peristyle, carrying the faint chalky fragrance of powdered marble. Each groove catches the light differently, like ripples across calm water. When you run your fingers along a flute, it is cool at first, then warm where your skin lingers, stone responding to touch. You remember that these columns were born from Mount Pentelicus, quarried and dragged down the slopes by men singing to keep their rhythm, their hammer strokes echoing through valleys now long silent. Within the marble, tiny crystals of mica gleam in the shadows, like small constellations embedded in earth. At the eastern facade, you stop and look upward. The pediment is broken now, but still tells its story. The birth of Athena from the brow of Zeus, captured once in painted marble, its fragments now softened by time. You imagine the missing faces, the vivid blues and reds that once glowed against the sun. Even in ruin, the temple speaks of aspiration, the effort to make the invisible visible, to set harmony into the substance of the world.
As the light fades, the stone cools and takes on a quiet sheen. You sit on a step worn smooth by countless visitors, the air faintly scented with sage and sea breeze. A cicada sings one final note before the evening stills. Here among the columns, time dissolves into rhythm. Every refinement, the swelling column, the lifted base, the curving entablature, was an act of empathy, a conversation between intellect and illusion. The Greeks built with compassion for the limits of sight. They knew that truth appears not as a rigid grid, but a pulse, a living balance between reason and perception. The Parthenon is not an equation, but a body, its lines adjusting to breathe with the world. Its beauty is not flawless, it is alive. A cloud drifts across the sky, and the temple darkens. Shadows move across the marble like slow tides, and the building seems to exhale. From the city below, a thin thread of music rises, a flute, perhaps, or the echo of a prayer carried by the wind. You think of those who built here, quarrymen coated in dust, stonemasons reading the sun to guide their cuts, priests carrying bowls of honey and oil up these same steps at dawn. They believed that precision could be a form of devotion, that through harmony they could speak with eternity. And perhaps they did. You circle the south side. The view opens wide across the plain of Attica. Olive groves shimmer silver green, the Aegean burns in the last light, and far hills fade to violet haze. The air cools and smells faintly of figs and limestone. Your footsteps echo softly against the stylobate, a slow heartbeat within the vast stillness. Here, thought and landscape meet. The Parthenon embodies the Greek conviction that beauty and virtue are twins, that to make something well is to live well, and that symmetry is not mere decoration, but moral order carved in stone. As darkness thickens, torches flicker in the streets of Plaka below. Their lights climb the slope like small offerings to the gods. The Acropolis becomes a mountain of memory, layered with voices, laughter from the taverns, footsteps from unseen travelers, the eternal hush between words. You rest your hand against a column. It is cool now, almost cold, but under the surface you imagine the faint vibration of tools, the rhythmic breathing of labor. They say that when the wind moves just right, the Parthenon sings, a tone so low you feel it more than hear it, a whisper of air through flutes carved by mortal hands for immortal harmony. The moon rises over Hymettus. Its light glides along the marble like water, tracing the edges of the columns with silver. The temple seems weightless, poised between heaven and earth. Within its open cella once stood Athena Parthenos, golden and ivory, holding a spear that caught sunlight for sailors far away. Now only the air remains, filled with starlight and memory. Yet the goddess endures, in the discipline of design, in the calm reasoning of the human spirit that still seeks clarity over chaos. A vine passes through the colonnade, cool and fragrant with night flowers from the slopes below. The marble exhales its warmth, sighing into the dark. Somewhere beyond the hill, a flute plays again, soft, wistful, unhurried.
You close your eyes, and in the music imagined a Panathenaic procession winding upward, maidens bearing baskets of offerings, elders in white linen, horsemen shining in bronze, their footsteps steady upon these same stones. They ascend not toward a God distant and aloof, but toward understanding, the union of the human and the divine through balance and craft. Centuries fold into silence. Empires have risen and fallen, fires have blackened the marble. Yet the Parthenon remains. Its symmetry persists through fracture, its spirit through loss. It stands not as a relic of perfection, but as a reminder
that true perfection bends gently, adjusting itself to the world it inhabits.
To behold it is to feel how beauty survives not by resisting time, but by harmonizing with it. The stars brighten. Below, Athens sparkles like a field of small altars. The air is soft, carrying the mingled scents of stone, olive, and distant sea. When you finally descend, the marble behind you glows like moonlit water. Each step downward feels deliberate, as though you are carrying with you the equilibrium the Greeks once sought in all things. At the foot of the hill, you turn for one last look. The Parthenon stands luminous against the night, its lines dissolving into shadow and light. It no longer feels like a structure, but a living idea, the architecture of clarity itself. In that still moment, you understand why they equated beauty with virtue, because harmony in form teaches harmony in life. The thought settles quietly, and as the wind stirs again, the temple shimmers faintly, then stills, resuming its eternal poise, perfect, imperfect, and profoundly alive.
Chapter 7. The Path to Tranquility. The Pursuit of Eudaimonia.
You leave the Parthenon as the last light softens over the city. The marble glows pale gold for a moment before surrendering to twilight. Below, Athens stretches outward in a slow shimmer of lanterns and hearth fires, the hum of voices rising faintly through the cooling air. The stones beneath your feet still hold the warmth of the sun, but the wind that moves through the Acropolis carries the cool breath of evening. You descend the slope in silence until you reach a small grove of olive trees, an ancient sanctuary between temple and city. Here the air grows still, the cicadas hum their endless rhythm, and the scent of resin and wild thyme gathers around you. You feel as though you've stepped outside time, into a place that has watched philosophers think and poets dream for millennia. You find a flat stone and sit. The bark of the olive tree beside you is twisted and silvered with age, its roots gripping the earth like the fingers of an old friend. The leaves shimmer in the fading light, green on one side, ghostly white on the other. As you breathe in, you taste the sharpness of sap in the air, mingled with the distant salt of the sea. Somewhere far below, the faint clang of a blacksmith's hammer marks the hour, but up here, all that exists is wind, stone, and thought. You let your breath slow, your body settle. The city of ideas, the birthplace of philosophy, seems to rest its hand upon your shoulder. It was in such quiet places that the thinkers of Athens once sought the meaning of happiness. They called it eudaimonia, a word that does not mean pleasure or comfort, but flourishing, the full realization of one's nature in harmony with reason and virtue. For Aristotle, it was not a feeling, but a condition of the soul, cultivated by habit and guided by wisdom. Virtue, he wrote, was a mean between extremes, courage balanced between recklessness and cowardice, generosity between wastefulness and stinginess, gentleness between apathy and anger. The path to virtue was not marked by rules, but by discernment, the ability to sense what each moment requires, to act neither in excess nor in deficiency, but in tune with the measure of life itself. You look toward the city, where flickering lamplight moves between rooftops. It seems alive with this same pulse of balance, between noise and silence, work and rest, ambition and peace. You imagine Aristotle walking through the colonnades of the Lyceum, surrounded by students, his robe brushing the dust as he gestures toward the trees. His voice carries softly, "Excellence is not an act, but a habit." You picture them pausing beneath the same kind of olive trees, listening to the hum of insects, each student pondering the shape of a life well lived. The word arete, excellence, floats through your thoughts like the sound of flowing water. To live well, he taught, was not to chase happiness, but to practice harmony in thought, word, and deed. Your breathing deepens. The rhythm of the cicadas merges with the steady beating of your heart. In this stillness, you sense what the Stoics later understood, that tranquility is not the absence of turmoil, but mastery within it. Centuries after Aristotle, another lineage of thinkers walked these same hills. They were the Stoics, followers of Zeno, Seneca, Epictetus, and the philosopher-emperor Marcus Aurelius. They believed that happiness depends not on fortune, but on the condition of the soul. The external world, they said, is beyond our control. Only our judgments, our choices, our inner response belong to us. Within that small realm lies freedom. You close your eyes. A question surfaces, simple and direct. The question Marcus Aurelius asked himself each morning: is this necessary? His words come like a calm wind. Most of what we say and do is not essential. If you remove it, you gain time and tranquility. You recall your own day, the moments of restlessness, the small irritations, the tasks performed without presence. One by one you let them go. With each breath, the noise of the unnecessary fades until clarity remains. Around you, the grove seems to exhale with you, the whisper of leaves rising and falling in rhythm. A soft crack of branches draws your attention. Somewhere an owl shifts in the darkness. You remember another teaching, this one from Epictetus. Inner peace begins when we stop saying of things, "I have lost it," and instead say, "It has been returned to where it came from." You let those words sink deep. Everything, he said, is on loan from the universe. The people we love, the tools we use, even the body we inhabit. To cling is to suffer. To care without grasping is to be free. You picture your open hands, holding nothing, yet touching everything. The thought brings a lightness to your chest, a quiet gratitude for the fleeting beauty of what is. As the air cools, you draw your cloak closer. The olive trees sway gently, their movement soft as a breath. You begin to imagine the soul as Plato once described it, like a city well governed, where reason rules with justice, spirit serves with courage, and appetite obeys with temperance. Within such a soul, every part performs its role in harmony, and peace arises as naturally as dawn follows night. You see this order not as rigidity, but as music, each note distinct, yet woven into a single melody. The harmony of Plato's inner city
is the same harmony the Greeks sought in sculpture, in architecture, in the balance of the body and the poise of the mind. The breeze grows cooler still. You draw in a deep breath and hold it, feeling the quiet power of life within you. Breathe in courage, you think. Breathe out fear. Again. Breathe in clarity. Breathe out confusion. The act itself becomes a prayer. You remember the Greek ideal of kalokogathia, the union of physical beauty and moral goodness, the belief that the body and the soul reflect one another. As you sit under the stars, you sense how the simple rhythm of breathing can align the two. Your body grows steady, your thoughts clear, your heart open. The rustling leaves above merge with the sound of your pulse until all divisions dissolve, the outer world and the inner world becoming one seamless quiet. A cool fragrance rises from the earth, crushed thyme, olive bark, the mineral scent of stone. You tilt your head back and see the first stars breaking through the twilight. They shimmer like fragments of wisdom scattered across the sky. In those constellations, the ancients saw the stories that guided them, the archer, the lyre, the charioteer, symbols of courage, harmony, and self-mastery. The night seems to echo their lessons. You realize that philosophy, at its heart, was never about theory alone. It was a way of living with attention and care. The philosophers of Athens were not cloistered dreamers. They were craftsmen of the soul, shaping character as sculptors shape marble, removing the unnecessary until only truth remained. Your mind drifts back to the city below. The faint glow of fires flickers like small hearts pulsing in the dark. You imagine ordinary Athenians finishing their meals, talking softly before sleep, each carrying within them the same yearning for steadiness that you now feel. You see that the pursuit of Eudaimonia was not a lofty dream reserved for sages. It was a shared human endeavor, a way of meeting life with dignity and composure, no matter how uncertain the days might be. The same wind that brushes your cheek has touched countless faces before yours. The same stars have looked down upon every generation seeking meaning, and in that continuity, you feel a quiet belonging. The grove grows darker, yet your vision seems to expand. Your awareness spreads outward, to the rustle of branches, the rhythmic song of insects, the cool breath of night across your skin. There is no boundary now between yourself and the world. Everything moves in rhythm, the heartbeat of the earth, the slow turning of the heavens, the rise and fall of your breath. In that rhythm lies peace, the peace of acceptance, of knowing that you are part of something vast and ordered, something that endures. You think again of Marcus Aurelius, writing in his tent by lamplight as storms raged outside. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. A soft wind stirs, carrying with it the scent of rain
far away. You open your eyes. The olive leaves shimmer faintly, and between them the stars burn with steady light. The noise of the city has faded entirely. All that remains is stillness and breath. In this calm, you feel not detached, but deeply connected to the thinkers who once walked these paths, to the earth beneath you, to the rhythm of life itself. The ancient pursuit of eudaimonia begins to feel less like philosophy and more like remembering, a return to the balance that has always been waiting within. You rise slowly from the stone and brush the dust from your hands. The night is cool, yet you feel warm, steady, awake. The city glows faintly below, a constellation of its own. You take one last look at the grove, the twisting trunks silver in moonlight, and bow your head in quiet gratitude. Then you begin the walk back down the path, guided not by torch or star, but by something gentler, the steady light of an ordered soul.
Chapter 8. The Whispers of the Earth. A Pilgrimage to Delphi. At dawn, you set out along a rocky path winding up Mount Parnassus. The air is thin, filled with the mingled scent of pine, wild thyme, and the faint sharpness of cold stone. Each breath carries the taste of mountain water and resin. Above, the first light spills like honey through the branches, brushing the rocks with liquid gold. The world feels expectant, quiet, but alive, as if the mountain itself is holding its breath before revealing its secret. The path twists upward between outcroppings of white limestone. Lichens cling to their surfaces, soft green against the pale rock. From somewhere below, the faint sound of goat bells drifts upward, fading with distance, until only the whisper of wind remains. You walk slowly, not from fatigue, but reverence. Every step feels ancient, worn smooth by centuries of feet. Here, the stones remember. They remember the sandals of pilgrims, the hooves of mules, the processions of priests carrying laurel and flame. They remember the trembling voices of those who came seeking answers. And as your own footsteps join that long lineage of sound, you sense that the mountain is listening once again. To the Greeks, this was the omphalos, the navel of the world. Myth said that Zeus released two eagles from opposite ends of the earth, and they met here, in the air above these slopes, circling before descending upon this sacred ridge. You look up and imagine them still gliding overhead, wings stretched against the pale morning sky. Somewhere, a distant hawk echoes their cry. The air trembles with meaning. The path steepens. Laurel trees lean toward the light, their leaves whispering secrets in the wind. You reach a curve where the view suddenly opens. Far below, the valley unfolds like a vast green sea, silvered with olive trees that shimmer in the sun. The sound of a stream reaches you, water rushing through the Castalia spring where pilgrims once purified themselves before entering the sanctuary. You pause, kneel, and scoop a handful of water. It is cold and clear, tasting faintly of stone and iron. You wash your face, and the chill wakes your skin. The breeze catches your hair. Droplets glimmer on your fingers. For a moment, you feel as if you too are being prepared, cleansed of the noise of the world before stepping into the realm of the divine. Beyond the spring, the sacred way begins its slow ascent toward the temple of Apollo. It winds like a silver ribbon through terraces of stone and shade. On either side, the remains of treasuries line the path, small marble houses once filled with offerings from city-states across Greece. The Athenians built theirs from Parian marble. The people of Sifnos carved delicate friezes of gods and heroes. Now their columns stand like ribs of an ancient body, gleaming in the light.
You run your fingers across the weathered reliefs, feeling the grooves where chisel once met stone. The touch connects you across time, hand to hand, tool to tool. The stone is cool, alive with memory. You move slowly between the ruins. A cicada begins its steady song, then another, until the air hums with invisible life. The scent of time thickens. A shepherd's voice echoes faintly from the hills, carried by the wind. Yet as you climb higher, these earthly sounds grow distant, replaced by something quieter, a vast, soft silence that seems to come from within the mountain itself, the silence of waiting. You pass the circular tholos of Athena Pronaia, standing among tall cypress trees. Its columns, some fallen, some upright, cast long stripes of shadow across the grass. No one knows its original purpose. Perhaps it was a shrine to the goddess before entering Apollo's domain. Perhaps an offering to the unknown. Whatever its meaning, the place feels deeply feminine, protective. The air here is cooler, scented with crushed laurel leaves underfoot. You pause, listening to the bees moving lazily through the sunlight, and sense the gentler rhythm beneath the grandeur of Delphi, a heartbeat slower than time. When you finally reach the sanctuary of Apollo, the path narrows between columns that rise like petrified flames. The ruins of the temple shimmer in morning light, their broken capitals glowing amber. You step carefully across uneven stones. The ground beneath you feels warm from centuries of sun. Yet every breeze that moves through the columns carries a faint chill. Here, you are standing on the meeting place of opposites, heat and coolness, silence and sound, the mortal and the divine. You imagine the temple as it once was, roof gleaming with bronze tiles, walls painted in deep blues and reds, the air heavy with incense and song. Priests in white robes moved softly through the shadows, their footsteps echoing beneath the vaulted ceiling. In the Aditon, the innermost chamber, the Pythia, the oracle, sat upon her tripod beside the omphalos stone. She was an older woman, chosen not for beauty or rank, but for her stillness of mind. On the 7th day of each month, when Apollo was believed most present, she purified herself in the Castalia waters, crowned her hair with laurel, and took her seat. Around her rose the scent of burning bay leaves. Beneath her feet, from fissures in the earth, drifted sweet-smelling vapors, perhaps ethylene, as modern science suggests, perhaps the breath of the god himself. Inhaling, she entered a trance and began to murmur. The priests recorded her words, shaping them into verse, and in those fragments of sound, kings and generals sought the fate of nations. You can almost hear it, the faint hiss of vapor, the trembling breath of the oracle, the scratch of stylus on wax tablet. 1,000 questions arose within these walls, about wars, about harvests, about births and deaths. Some were answered with clarity, most with riddles. Yet people came from every corner of the known world to hear her voice. They believed that in her silence and ecstasy, the god spoke through her, not as command, but as mirror. What she said reflected the truth already inside those who asked. You stand now where she once sat. The stone beneath your palm is cold, veined with faint traces of white crystal. You feel a pulse, not your own, but something older, deeper, the slow heartbeat of the mountain. Beneath your feet, the earth is alive with hidden energy, its layers crossing in fault lines that breathe heat and gas into the air. Myth and geology intertwine, indistinguishable. You close your eyes and listen. A low hum rises, not sound exactly, but vibration. The same hum that must have filled the Pythia's body as she spoke. It seems to echo through your ribs, through your spine, until you are not standing on the mountain, but inside it. Outside, the world glows with noon light. The cicadas fall silent for a moment, as if listening too. Then a breeze moves through the laurel trees, and their leaves shimmer, whispering softly, like the murmured answers of the oracle.
You walk to the edge of the terrace and look down. The valley stretches endlessly, a green ocean of olive trees rippling in the wind. Beyond them, the sea glitters faintly at the horizon, bluer than the sky. You can almost see the long line of pilgrims winding upward, their tunics dust-stained, their faces weary, their hearts full of questions. Some carry tokens carved of ivory, others bring coins or simple offerings of honey. All of them wait for words that may change the course of their lives. You sense the weight of their hope, the trembling of anticipation that has soaked into the soil. A thought rises unbidden, that perhaps every pilgrim who ever came here left something behind, a whisper, a tear, a fragment of longing, and that all those fragments still linger, invisible but tangible, like moisture in the air. The mountain breathes them in and exhales them as wind. You feel them moving around you now, brushing your skin like soft fingers of air. The present dissolves. You are part of their procession.
Hours pass without notice. The sun drifts westward, the columns glow gold, then amber, then rose. Shadows stretch long across the stones. A priest might once have lit a brazier here, the smoke rising straight into the evening sky. The scent of burning laurel returns to your memory, sharp, clean, divine. You imagine standing among those who waited for the oracle's words, watching the smoke twist upward, believing it carried their questions to Apollo himself. Even now, the air holds that same quiet expectancy. You sit on a fallen block of marble and let the silence settle. The temperature drops as the light fades. Somewhere below, a shepherd calls to his flock. The sound echoes briefly, then dies away. Above, the first stars appear, faint sparks against the deepening blue. You can almost feel their distance, the vast cold of the upper sky pressing gently on the warmth of the earth. The temple ruins darken to silhouettes, and yet the stones seem to retain their own inner glow, a residue of centuries of worship. The night air smells of resin, ash, and distant sea. In that dim light, the place changes. The outlines of columns blur into shapes of memory. You begin to see not ruins, but presences, ghosts of priests, pilgrims, and poets. A woman's voice murmurs in Greek you can't understand, yet the tone is soothing, like water over stone. You remember that even Socrates once sought the oracle,
asking if any man was wiser than he. The reply, "None is wiser," was not flattery, but paradox, a challenge to humility. The oracle's words were never meant to command, only to awaken thought. You lean back against the stone. The mountain beneath you hums faintly, like a living instrument resonating with unseen strings. You feel your heart beat slow until it matches the rhythm of the earth. In this silence, you understand why the Greeks called this place the center of the world. Not because of geography, but because here the visible and invisible touch. The mountain is both body and mind. Its breath is both wind and spirit. Everything converges: myth, stone, vapor, prayer. The sacred and the physical are one. Time passes unnoticed. The moon climbs over the ridge, silvering the ruins. Its light gathers on the temple floor, forming pools of brightness like fragments of prophecy. The columns cast long, cold shadows that move with the breeze. You rise, walk between them, and your footsteps echo softly, like distant voices returning. The night feels immense, the stars closer than ever. You look up and imagine Apollo's chariot crossing the heavens, its wheels leaving trails of fire across the sky. The constellations shimmer like inscriptions only gods can read. At last, you begin your descent. The stones are cool beneath your sandals. The air smells of thyme and night water. From the valley rises the scent of smoke and olive wood. The wind carries faint music, perhaps from a village, perhaps from memory. Each step downward feels like leaving a dream. Yet the dream clings to you, its images woven into your pulse. The laurel leaves whispering, the golden light on stone, the hush before revelation. You realize that Delphi was never only a place of answers, but a mirror of silence, a reminder that meaning is not given, but uncovered. As you reach the lower terraces, the first warmth of dawn touches the peaks above you once more. The light returns to the columns, slow and deliberate, like the opening of an eye. You pause and turn back for one last look. The temple stands quiet, half in shadow, half in sun. A single bird takes flight across the sky, its wings catching the light like polished bronze. For an instant, you remember Zeus's eagles meeting in midair, and you understand that the center of the world is not a point on the map, but a stillness within you, discovered only when you learn to listen. And as you walk back along the rocky path, the wind rises again, carrying the faintest echo of a voice, neither human nor divine, but something between. It whispers through the pines, fades, and is gone. Yet its meaning remains, unspoken but clear, that the gods still speak, softly, to those who listen.
Part 3. A Journey Through Order. The Imprint of Ancient Rome. From ideas to empire, from vision to stone, the Roman world rises. You enter a civilization built on discipline and design, where arches speak of power and every road leads back to purpose. In Rome, you witness how structure became a language of the soul.
Chapter 9. First light on the 7 hills, dawn in the Roman Forum. The night thins above Rome. A faint blue breath spreads across the sky, dissolving the last traces of shadow. You stand at the heart of the ancient city, in the valley between the Palatine and Capitoline hills, where the Roman Forum lies veiled in mist. The air is cool, touched by the scent of damp earth and cypress. Beneath your feet, uneven flagstones glisten with dew. Columns rise like pale ghosts through the haze, their fluted shafts holding silence as steady as stone can hold time. Somewhere on the Palatine, a rooster crows, its call sharp and lonely against the half-light. From the far slope of the Capitoline comes the faint jingle of a mule's harness, then the soft clop of hooves fading toward the Tiber. Rome is waking slowly. You breathe in the air, ancient, layered, a mingling of dust, laurel, and memory, and the city seems to stir under your gaze. The Forum stretches before you like a sleeping body. Once it pulsed with the rhythm of public life, triumphal parades moving between arches, senators in white togas walking toward the curia, merchants bargaining beside stalls heavy with fruit and wine. Even now, in ruin, the place retains its heartbeat. The broken marble seems to hum faintly, as though the echoes of debate and proclamation still linger within its cracks. Mist drifts between the columns of the Temple of Saturn, whose dark outlines rise against the paling east. This was where the treasury of the Republic was once kept, where bronze tablets recorded laws and decrees. You touch the cold surface of a fallen drum of stone, its edge worn smooth by centuries of rain. The chill seeps into your palm, the tangible breath of history itself. A fragment of inscription remains, the Latin letters half erased, but still proud, still insistent. It feels as if the stone remembers what the world has forgotten. Light begins to gather in quiet stages. The arches of Septimius Severus catch the first gold. The reliefs of chariots and captives flicker into view, half alive in the glow. Across the Forum, the Curia, the old Senate house, stands dark and square, its brick facade a silhouette against the sky. Inside that building, voices once rose and clashed, shaping the fate of nations. The air here feels weighted by argument and ambition. You can almost hear the murmur of the senators, the shuffling of sandals, the scratch of styluses recording decisions that would ripple through the world. You walk slowly, letting your footsteps echo. On either side, the ruins unfold like the pages of a vast open book. There are the three graceful columns of the Temple of Castor and Pollux, rising delicate and white against the morning blue. There, the circular Temple of Romulus, still holding the outline of its bronze doors. Ahead, the Arch of Titus, with its carved procession of soldiers carrying the spoils of Jerusalem, the menorah, the trumpets, the vessels of gold, frozen mid-stride forever. Above it, the sky deepens to rose, and you pause beneath the arch to watch the first beam of sunlight pour through, striking the flagstones like a revelation. Everywhere you look, Rome speaks in fragments. Broken capitals, fallen pediments, chipped cornices, each piece a syllable of a language that once ordered the world. You bend close to the surface of a marble plinth and trace the faint pattern of a vine. The carving is shallow, but precise, a testament to the hand that shaped it. You imagine the artisan at work, chisel tapping steadily, dust rising in tiny spirals, sunlight flashing on bronze. He could not have known that his craft would outlive empires. The mist begins to lift. From the eastern hill the sun climbs, spreading its warmth like an unveiling. The Forum brightens, detail by detail. The outlines sharpen, Shadows shorten. You begin to see the full geography of the place, how it nestles between its two hills, how every structure seems placed with deliberate harmony, how the space gathers the life of the city like a bowl gathers water. You pass the rostra, the platform from which orators once addressed the crowds. The stones are scarred and cracked, but you can still picture Cicero standing here, toga drawn over his shoulder, his voice carrying across the square. The air itself seems to hold an echo of rhetoric, the rhythm of persuasion, the cadence of conviction. Rome's power was not only its legions, but its language. Words built its laws, its faith, its destiny. And now those words lie scattered among the stones, waiting to be heard again in the silence of morning. A flight of doves rises from the Basilica Julia, their wings flashing silver in the light. This great hall once held courts and accountants, magistrates and clerks. The floor beneath your feet is still paved with fragments of marble, black and white in geometric pattern. The scent of time drifts from the weeds growing between the cracks. A lizard slips across the mosaic, its movement quick and soundless. The hum of the city above is distant. Only faint horns and the occasional echo of traffic reach this hollow. Here the noise of modern Rome seems to fold away, leaving only the murmur of wind through stone. To your left, the Cloaca Maxima, the great sewer of Rome, still channels water beneath the ground. Built in the age of kings, it endures, carrying the runoff of 2,000 years. You listen closely and hear a faint trickle beneath the stones. Even the hidden parts of this city are alive, still fulfilling their ancient purpose. The Romans built for eternity, and eternity, it seems, has remembered. Then, at the far end of the forum, a circle of low marble walls marks something humbler and holier, the Temple of Vesta. The rising sun catches its curve, turning the worn stone to gold. You approach quietly, as one might approach a hearth. Once an eternal flame burned here, tended by the 6 Vestal virgins. Chosen as children from noble families, they served the goddess for 30 years, 10 to learn, 10 to guard the fire, 10 to teach the next generation. In exchange, they were freed from marriage, property, and the usual confines of womanhood. Within the Atrium Vestae, they lived in seclusion, their days defined by ritual, silence, and the constant watch over the sacred flame. You pause before the remains of their house, arches opening onto empty courtyards, fragments of fresco clinging to the walls. You imagine them in the cool dawn, white-robed, moving softly through the corridors, the sound of their sandals on stone, the whisper of cloth, the faint crackle of fire in the hearth. To let the flame die was unthinkable. It meant the spirit of Rome itself had faltered. For centuries that fire burned, unbroken, through wars, plagues, and political upheavals. You close your eyes and almost feel its warmth, as though it still burns beneath the ashes of time. The sunlight strengthens, shadows retreat into the ruins, and colors awaken. The marble gleams pale rose and honey. A breeze drifts from the Aventine, carrying the scent of bread from distant bakeries. You turn toward the Palatine Hill. There the outlines of imperial palaces rise like cliffs of brick and marble, their arches opening to the sky. It was here that Augustus lived, and from this hill the emperors surveyed the heart of their world. You imagine the view as they saw it. Temples shining with gilded roofs, statues of gods and heroes catching the sun, fountains flashing in courtyards.
the city below would have seemed eternal. And yet, as you stand amid the ruins, eternity feels fragile. Grass grows between the stones, wildflowers bloom where senators once walked. A butterfly lands on a broken column and opens its wings, gold against white. The moment holds, brief, beautiful, and complete. It reminds you that all human grandeur, however vast, must eventually surrender to the rhythm of nature. The empire that once spanned continents has become a garden for wind and light. Still, there is no sorrow here.
Only continuity. The same sun that gilded the helmets of legions now warms the marble at your feet. The same breeze that carried incense from temple altars now stirs your hair. The same earth that bore the weight of triumphal arches still holds you steady. Rome endures not only in stone, but in the invisible architecture of memory, in every law, language, and road that stretches from its heart to ours. As the morning matures, the Forum begins to fill. Tourists drift through with cameras and guidebooks. Their voices rise, echo, and fade. The hum of conversation blends with the cry of swallows circling overhead. But for a while, before the crowds arrived, the place was yours alone. In that solitude, you heard the city breathe, slow and ancient, patient as stone. You felt its pulse beneath your fingertips when you touched the marble, when you traced the grooves carved by long-vanished hands. You felt the weight of history, not as burden, but as presence, as continuity. You take one last look before you leave. The arch of Septimius Severus gleams in the full light of day. The mist is gone, replaced by clarity. The Forum lies open, bright, and alive. You realize that you have not merely walked through ruins, you have walked through layers of time, through the architecture of civilization itself. The stones beneath your feet once heard the footsteps of Julius Caesar, the prayers of Vestals, the laughter of children in the marketplace. Each echo lingers, faint but eternal. As you climb the slope toward the Capitoline Hill, the sound of bells rises from a nearby church, mingling with the murmur of the city. The modern and the ancient coexist in one vast harmony. You turn back for a final glance, and the sunlight catches the marble so that the whole Forum glows, not as ruin, but as memory made visible. It is as if the soul of Rome, eternal and restless, has awakened once more at the touch of dawn. You keep walking. The light grows warmer. The hum of life swells around you. And somewhere deep beneath the stones, perhaps, the sacred flame of Vesta still burns, unseen but undying, keeping the heart of Rome alight for all who come seeking its quiet power.
Chapter 10. The Waters of Empire. The Baths of Caracalla. From the Forum, you travel southward through the quiet streets of Rome, where morning light drifts between tall walls of brick and ivy. The hum of the modern city fades, replaced by the whisper of pines.
Ahead, the land opens to a vast field of ruins, arches broken but still towering, walls patterned with ancient bricks that once gleamed with marble and gold. These are the baths of Caracalla, immense and solemn, breathing a silence that feels deeper than sound. The air smells faintly of pine resin, dry grass, and old stone warmed by centuries of sun. A soft wind moves through the arches, carrying the echo of footsteps that no longer fall. You walk slowly toward the ruins, and the scale of the complex begins to unfold, colossal and harmonious at once. In its day, it stretched across 33 acres, a small city within the city, capable of welcoming 1,600 souls at a time. And yet, it was never crowded in spirit. The Romans built it not only for cleansing the body, but for cultivating the mind and refreshing the soul. Here, beneath soaring vaults and painted ceilings, senators and laborers, poets and merchants, all came to bathe in the same water, equal in warmth, if not in wealth. At the entrance once stood an avenue lined with marble columns. The first breeze that meets you carries the faint sweetness of grass, mingled with the metallic tang of weathered stone. You pass beneath what remains of the great archway, its curve fractured but still graceful, and step into the shade of what was once the frigidarium, the cold room. Its immense vaults rise above you like the ribs of a sleeping god. Shafts of sunlight filter through the broken ceiling, slicing through motes of dust that drift like slow-moving stars. The air here is cool, still damp even after centuries, and it smells faintly of lime and moss. Your footsteps echo on the mosaic floor, where fragments of black and white tesserae still cling to the mortar. A dolphin leaps eternally across the tiles. A triton, half man and half sea creature, gazes upward with unblinking eyes. You pause and imagine the sound of water lapping gently against the marble pool, the sudden plunge, the gasp of cold, the tightening of breath, the quick exhilaration as the body contracts, alive. Then the slow, deliberate walk across the stone to the next chamber, the tepidarium, where the air grows warmer and carries the faint sweetness of olive oil and steam. You can almost feel the heat radiating from the floor, the subtle pulse of warmth rising through the soles of your feet. Marble benches line the walls. Once, men and women would recline here, their bodies glistening, their conversations low and unhurried. The soundscape of ancient Rome, laughter, greetings, soft murmurs, would have filled this chamber, blending with the rhythmic dripping of water and the faint hiss of vapor from hidden pipes below. Beyond this lies the heart of the complex, the caldarium, the great hot hall. You step through what remains of a massive doorway, and light floods the space like liquid fire. The apse curves upward into the sky, open now but once capped with a dome of painted coffered panels, each square filled with gilded stucco and stars. Beneath your feet lies the ghost of a pool, a vast circle once fed by the hypocaust system below. Slaves worked in the depths, tending the furnaces day and night, feeding them with wood until the air above shimmered with heat. Terracotta pipes ran through the walls, carrying hot air that made the marble itself warm to the touch. You place your palm against the stone. It is cool now, but in your mind you feel it hum, alive with warmth,
radiating the comfort of an ancient fire. The smell of cedar smoke and eucalyptus fills your imagination. You hear the faint rush of steam, the splash of water over skin, the low murmur of conversation carried on the air. Beyond the caldarium was the natatio, the open-air swimming pool. You walk through what remains of the arches and step into sunlight. The grass sways gently underfoot, growing where marble once gleamed. The pool is gone, but the shape remains, a massive rectangle open to the sky. You stand at its center and look upward. The clouds drift slowly, reflected in what was once a still blue water. In your mind's eye, you see bathers floating there, some resting, others laughing, their voices blending with the sound of fountains and the chirping of birds. Around the pool, porticos once held rows of statues, athletes in bronze, nymphs in marble, gods immortalized in gesture. Even now, fragments of them remain: a foot, a curl of drapery, a headless torso, still graceful despite time's cruelty. The air is fragrant with crushed time from the grass beneath your shoes. A bee hums past, echoing faintly against the stone. But the baths of Caracalla were more than a marvel of engineering. They were a philosophy of living, a testament to Rome's belief that health, intellect, and community were intertwined. As you wander through the ruins, you pass into the remains of the palestri, open courtyards once used for wrestling and exercise. The ground is strewn with fragments of red and yellow marble. Here, young men once practiced discus throws under the eye of their trainers, their bodies shining in the sun. In the corner stood the libraries, one for Greek texts, one for Latin, their shelves lined with scrolls on poetry, history, and philosophy. The scent of papyrus, beeswax, and ink would once have filled those rooms. Scholars might have recited lines from Virgil or debated the virtues of Stoic endurance, their voices mingling with the distant laughter from the pools. Even in leisure, Rome pursued learning. Further along, the pathways open into gardens, once laid out with fountains, sculptures, and shaded walks. The air here feels softer. The faint murmur of the city beyond seems to fade, replaced by the whisper of wind through pine branches. You can almost see the bathers strolling in pairs, wrapped in linen towels, stopping to pluck a fig or sip from a small bronze cup. The fountain spray would have glistened in the sun like falling stars. Slaves carried trays of oils scented with myrrh and rosemary, and masseurs kneaded weary limbs under the colonnades. To bathe was not merely to wash the body, but to restore the harmony of the soul. Cleanliness, health, and order were the pillars of Roman life, reflections of the same discipline that built aqueducts, roads, and law. You stop at a fallen column drum and sit upon it. The marble is cool beneath you, its surface pitted with time. You brush your hand across a mosaic fragment still pressed into the mortar. Small cubes of black and ivory, arranged by a craftsman whose name is lost, but whose work endures. You imagine his world, the sound of chisels tapping, the smell of stone dust, and the laughter of apprentices. Each tesserae he placed was a prayer to perfection, a promise of permanence.
Now, centuries later, it is you who sit before his art, a witness to its persistence beyond empire and decay. Around you, the light shifts through the arches, turning from gold to amber to a soft white that lingers like breath. You close your eyes, and the present dissolves. You hear the baths as they once were, the low thunder of voices, the gentle splash of water, the hiss of steam through pipes. The scent of olive oil and lavender fills the air. The warmth wraps around you, and for a moment you feel suspended in time, neither visitor nor historian, but participant. You are one among many, sharing in the ritual of cleansing, conversation, and renewal that bound a civilization together. When you open your eyes, silence returns. The vast halls are empty again, save for the wind moving through them and the caw of a distant crow. The grandeur of the empire has faded, but the feeling that remains is one of reverence, not for power, but for the human desire to create beauty in the service of life. The baths of Caracalla still stand because they were built not just of concrete and brick, but of vision, the Roman belief that even ordinary acts could be sanctified through care and proportion. The same principle that shaped arches and aqueducts also shaped moments of rest, friendship, and renewal. As the afternoon deepens, the sunlight falls at a low angle, gilding the edges of the broken walls. The pines cast long shadows across the grass. A breath of wind moves through the ruins, whispering softly, almost like the exhale of warm air from the old hypocaust. The day cools, but the warmth of what was once here lingers, invisible, eternal, like heat trapped within stone. You rise slowly and take one last look around. The baths stretch out before you, majestic in their silence, their emptiness filled with memory. You walk back through the arches. Behind you, the ruins recede into golden light. Ahead, the city stirs again, alive with new sounds, car horns, laughter, the distant ringing of bells. Yet part of you remains among the stones, where the water once shimmered and steam curled into the Roman air. And as you leave, you understand what the Romans themselves must have felt, that in the union of water and stone, of warmth and discipline, of body and mind, lies something sacred, the calm pulse of civilization itself.
Chapter 11. The Veins of Civilization. Following a Roman Aqueduct.
Leaving the city, you travel outward along a quiet road, lined with cypress and pale grass. The air carries a faint mineral scent, sharp and clean after the morning rain. The hum of traffic fades behind you, until there is only the sound of wind moving through pine branches and your own footsteps on gravel. Ahead, the landscape opens into the wide, sunlit countryside, rolling fields scattered with olive trees, their silver leaves shimmering in the light. Between the hills, something monumental rises in the distance, a line of arches marching across the plain, rhythmic and serene. You are walking in the shadow of Rome's ancient aqueducts, the stone veins that once fed a living city. The Romans understood that water was the pulse of civilization. Without it, the city would wither. With it, life could flourish in public baths, fountains, gardens, and households. Every drop that reached the capital began far from here, in the hills, in cold springs hidden under limestone slopes. You follow the path of one such stream as it bubbles from the rock, clear as glass, slipping over moss and wild thyme. The water tastes faintly of earth and iron. Engineers once came here with their surveying tools, wooden korobates fitted with water channels to test for level, plumb bobs swaying gently in the breeze, sighting poles set at intervals across the valley. They worked in silence, except for the soft clink of bronze fittings, the scratch of stylus on wax tablet. The surveyors sought a perfect, almost invisible slope, just enough for gravity to pull the water, but never enough for it to rush and erode. You kneel by the spring and dip your fingers into the current. The chill bites at your skin, then numbs it, as if you're touching the pulse of the mountain itself. This water, you realize, once journeyed over valleys and under hills, sustained by nothing but gravity and human ingenuity. You rise and follow its imagined course downhill. For a time, the aqueduct runs unseen beneath the earth. You walk along what was once an underground channel, the Specus, carved into rock and sealed with opus signinum, a blend of crushed brick and lime that made it waterproof. The scent here is of damp stone and lichen. You can almost hear the faint gurgle that must have filled this space centuries ago, a low, soothing murmur that never stopped. The gradient was so precise that the flow remained steady, neither stagnant nor rushing. Roman builders often said the true art of water was patience. You emerge from the shade into light again, and suddenly the aqueduct lifts before you, arches rising one after another, pale gold against the blue sky. They stride across the landscape in stately rhythm, each arch perfectly mirrored in the next. The air hums faintly within their hollows. Some of these arcades once soared nearly 30 meters high, yet they feel weightless, as if balanced by harmony rather than mass. You step beneath one, and the shadow swallows you whole. The stone above you is warm where the sun touches it, and cool where the breeze moves through it. You tilt your head back and trace the curve upward with your eyes, the perfect geometry, the precise curve of the arch meeting its twin. You can almost hear the workers again, the ring of hammers, the grunt of men hauling blocks on ropes, the orders of the foreman shouted in Latin. Dust would have filled the air, sunlight flashing off bronze tools, the smell of sweat and lime mortar thick around the scaffolding. These arches were not mere structures, they were vows, promises to the future that Rome would endure, that water would never cease to flow. As you continue walking, the aqueduct alternates between shadow and light. In some stretches, it sinks again underground, passing unseen through tunnels of tufa. In others, it rises over ravines on tall arcades, spanning the land like a bridge between worlds. You stop on a small hill to look back. From this height, the aqueduct unfurls toward the horizon, a line so straight it could have been drawn by the gods themselves. Beyond the arches, wheat fields ripple in the wind. A shepherd calls to his flock. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rings. its sound mingling with the whisper of grass. The Romans built their first aqueduct, the Aqua Appia, in 312 BCE, and for 500 years afterwards they refined them and multiplied them. 11 major lines once supplied the capital, channeling water from sources up to 90 kilometers away. They crossed rivers, tunneled through hills, and spanned entire valleys, all guided by the same principle: gravity and precision. You imagine the curatore aquarum, the overseer of waters, perhaps Frontinus himself, the first-century official who wrote proudly that Rome's aqueducts outshone even the pyramids of Egypt in their usefulness and grace. You keep walking. The ground beneath your sandals changes from dry soil to the firmness of old Roman paving stones. The wind tastes faintly of salt, carried inland from the Tyrrhenian Sea. Larks rise from the fields, their songs thin and bright in the wide air. A stretch of broken arches appears ahead, half swallowed by ivy. Between them grows a fig tree heavy with fruit. You stop to rest in its shade. The trunk leans against the ancient wall, roots gripping the cracks in the mortar. Life has found its way through the ruins, binding itself to what remains. You picture how this same place must have looked 2,000 years ago. Water coursed silently overhead in the covered channel, cooling the air below. Alongside, perhaps, a worker carried tools for maintenance, checking for leaks or sediment buildup. Romans built inspection shafts every 100 paces, and teams of men climbed down with lamps to clean and repair the conduit. The empire's pulse depended on such unseen labor. Thousands of hands keeping the water moving, unseen, yet indispensable. As you rise and walk again, you notice small details. The faint groove carved by ropes on the stones where scaffolds once stood, patches of red brick alternating with pale tufa, the pattern called opus mixtum. The masonry glows honey-colored under the sun, and the scent of wild herbs drift from the roadside, rosemary, mint, and fennel, growing where once the water gave life to gardens and farms. The path winds through an olive grove. The hum of bees fills the warm air, and your footsteps stir the dry leaves. You pass a section of collapsed wall where the inner channel is exposed, a narrow trough lined with lime and shards of pottery. You crouch beside it and peer inside. A thin trickle of rainwater has pooled there, reflecting the sky. For a moment, you see your reflection mingling with the clouds, and it feels as if you too are part of this long current, flowing through time rather than space. You follow the imagined stream toward the city. As the aqueduct descends from the hills, it splits into branches feeding distribution tanks called castella. Each tank was a small wonder of organization. Water entering through one pipe, then dividing into 3, one for public fountains, one for the baths, one for private homes of the privileged. You picture the pressure of water filling terracotta pipes, the soft hiss as it escapes through bronze spouts into stone basins. At each fountain, citizens gathered to fill amphoras and jars, to chat, to cool their hands. Water was not only a necessity, it was a shared ritual, a sign that the city was alive and generous. You reach one such remnant, a basin half buried in grass. Moss covers the rim, and a trickle still seeps through the cracks, collecting in a small pool. The sound is soft,
continuous, eternal.
You sit nearby and listen. It is the same rhythm that once echoed through marble baths, through courtyards and kitchens, through every artery of the empire. The Romans believed that water carried purity and fortune, that flowing water was sacred to the nymphs who guarded springs and fountains. Even emperors, for all their grandeur, poured libations to these spirits before dedicating an aqueduct. The sound of running water was their hymn to order, the gentle voice of civilization itself. The afternoon deepens. Sunlight pools between the arches, golden and warm. The smell of baked earth rises, mixed with wild mint. Cicadas begin their steady song. You follow the arches toward the horizon, where they grow smaller with distance until they merge with the haze. Above, swallows weave through the empty air, their wings flashing silver. You imagine the water moving inside, unseen yet constant, linking mountains and cities, fields and fountains, solitude and community. The thought brings quiet wonder. These aqueducts were not monuments to power, but to service. They existed to connect, to sustain, to nourish. Each stone, each channel, each arch was an act of faith. Faith in the idea that public good could be built from shared labor. Rome's greatness flowed not only in its armies or its laws, but in its water, in its ability to make nature serve harmony rather than conquest. As you near the city again, the aqueduct descends into shadow. It passes into a final vaulted tunnel, its channel still damp with centuries of seepage. You run your hand along the wall. The stone is slick and cool. Drops fall rhythmically from the ceiling, the slow metronome of time. Ahead, the tunnel opens into the outskirts of Rome. There, once, the water entered great reservoirs and fountains, bursting forth in gleaming arcs of silver. The Aqua Virgo, built under Agrippa in 19 BCE, still flows even now, feeding the Trevi fountain. You can almost hear its murmur echoing faintly through the centuries. You step out of the tunnel and into light. The city stretches before you, roofs glowing, domes rising, air alive with voices and bells. Yet, somewhere beneath it all, that same current continues, invisible and tireless. You imagine it flowing under streets and gardens, feeding fountains where children toss coins and lovers make wishes. The water of ancient springs, guided by Roman hands, still moves within modern veins. As the sun sets, you sit beside the moss-lined channel where you began. The water glimmers like molten gold. You scoop some into your palm and watch it slip between your fingers, cool and transient. It feels like time itself, impossible to hold, yet endlessly renewing. In that moment, you understand what the Romans built was not merely infrastructure, but a philosophy, the belief that continuity between mountain and city, past and present, nature and mind, could be shaped in stone and made to flow forever. The last light fades. The arches turn to silhouettes against the indigo sky. The breeze cools. Somewhere far below, water still moves through the darkness, steady and pure, singing softly of order and endurance, the quiet, eternal heart of Rome.
Chapter 12. The Cure of the Soul. The Library of Alexandria. Your final stop is not in Rome, but back along the southern Mediterranean coast, in the city of Alexandria. The air here carries the mingled scent of salt and papyrus, of seaweed drying on stone quays, and incense burning in shaded courtyards. It is a place where land and water, memory and discovery meet in perpetual dialogue. Morning light glimmers across the harbor, and the sea seems almost metallic, polished bronze beneath the gaze of ships' prows carved into the forms of lions, sphinxes, and gods. Traders shout in half a dozen languages: Greek, Egyptian, Phoenician, Hebrew, Aramaic, while gulls wheel and cry overhead. Beyond the din, the rhythm of oars echoes against the marble breakwaters, a sound like the steady beating of time itself. Alexandria is not a city born of accident. It was designed as vision incarnate, conceived by Alexander the Great and realized under the Ptolemies, a city meant to embody the world in miniature. Its avenues run wide and straight, aligned to catch the sea breeze. Columns line the colonnades like soldiers in eternal formation. At the heart of the city rises the royal quarter, a sanctuary of learning, art, and statecraft. From there one can see the Pharos lighthouse piercing the haze, a three-tiered tower of white stone that shines even under the sun, its flame magnified by polished bronze mirrors. Sailors call it the Eye of Egypt, for it never sleeps. Its light reaches far beyond the horizon, guiding ships from Crete and Cyprus, from Tyre and Rhodes, from the coasts of Africa and beyond the Red Sea. To look upon it is to understand that human hands can rival the stars. Yet, for the traveler, the true flame of Alexandria burns inland, in the library, that monument not of stone but of mind. The year is the 3rd century before our era. The Ptolemaic dynasty is at its height. In the precinct of the museum, the Temple of the Muses, scholars from every land have gathered. You walk through a colonnaded street toward its great entrance. The marble beneath your sandals is warm. Your shadow glides across patterns of lotus and olive leaves carved into the pavement. The air smells faintly of ink and cedar, of beeswax and parchment, of the sea carried in by the breeze. Each inhalation seems to sharpen your thoughts. This is not merely a building, it is a living intellect. Its motto, inscribed in Greek upon the inner lintel, reads, "The place of the cure of the soul." Inside, the light changes. Sunlight filters through latticed windows, forming slow-moving bars of gold that drift across shelves and floors. The silence is immense, almost liquid. It absorbs sound, the whisper of robes, the turning of scrolls, the scratch of styluses on wax tablets. Thousands of papyrus rolls line the tall cedar shelves, their ends sealed with red clay and marked with tags bearing names Homer, Herodotus, Zoroaster, Aeschylus, and hundreds more. The smell of papyrus is both earthy and sweet, faintly like dried figs. As you move deeper, the air cools, touched by the faint smoke of oil lamps kept perpetually burning. The lamps' glass bowls shimmer, their reflections multiplying across polished bronze mirrors. You are surrounded by the memory of every civilization known to man. Here, merchants and diplomats arriving from distant ports surrender their books to be copied.
Scribes work tirelessly, their hands moving with quiet grace. The soft rustle of papyrus, the hiss of a stylus, the rhythm of distant waves outside, all merge into one continuous symphony of creation. In one corner, scholars debate astronomy, tracing with ivory rods the orbits of invisible spheres. In another, physicians examine anatomical drawings by Herophilus, the first to chart the body's inner rivers of blood. You glimpse mathematicians gathered around Euclid, who speak softly of lines and angles, of truths that never die. Every face seems illuminated by an inner light, the glow of comprehension, of wonder turning into knowledge. You imagine sitting at a low table under a colonnade, unrolling a papyrus scroll. The sound it makes is crisp, like a sigh released after long restraint. The ink, darkened by time, catches the sunlight. A scribe passes by, his hands stained black, his eyes rimmed red from sleepless copying. On the floor nearby lies a basket of reed pens, their tips trimmed with small knives. The air hums with quiet diligence. Knowledge is being reborn here, one letter at a time. Ships entering the harbor surrender their cargo of words as tribute, and each word is added to this boundless ocean of thought. Outside, in the gardens of the museum, the world is no less alive. Date palms sway above walkways paved in geometric mosaics. Fountains murmur over marble basins carved with scenes of muses playing lyres. The scent of citrus blossoms mingles with that of myrrh and smoke. Scholars wander here between lectures, discussing the weight of the earth, the nature of light, the origin of the soul. Near the fountain sits Eratosthenes, a thin man with patient eyes. He sketches circles in the dust, measuring shadows to gauge the size of the planet. Beside him stands Aristarchus, explaining how the earth itself circles the sun. Their words drift into the air like seeds waiting for centuries to bloom. Inside again, a librarian walks slowly through the aisles, touching the edges of scrolls as if greeting old friends. The catalogue of Callimachus, said to list every work contained here, lies open on a desk, its parchment covered in fine, deliberate script. The names form a world map of wisdom. Egyptian hymns beside Persian histories, Indian treatises beside Greek tragedies. No distinction is made between foreign and familiar. All are threads in the same tapestry of understanding. You realize, then, that the library is not a fortress of learning, but a bridge, a place where the world's separate voices are invited to speak in chorus. As you linger, a faint sound draws your attention, the rhythmic chime of bronze bells announcing midday. A cool breeze flows through the hall, lifting the ends of parchment scrolls and stirring the scent of cedar oil. You walk to an open window. Below, the city gleams white under the sun. The harbor stretches like a crescent of silver. The Pharos stands tall, its light invisible by day, yet still felt, like the pulse of a heart beneath skin. Beyond the walls, the desert waits, endless and pale, a reminder that knowledge, too, exists only against the backdrop of forgetting. The library's decline did not come as one single blaze, but as a slow fading of breath. First came the political storms. Ptolemy VIII driving scholars into exile, silencing the laughter of philosophers who once filled these halls. Later came Roman conflicts, sending sparks across the city's roofs. Scrolls were scattered,
taken as trophies or fuel for siege fires. Yet, even as the collection thinned, the spirit endured. A daughter library arose in the Serapeum, a smaller temple, its rooms still filled with manuscripts and quiet devotion. There, for another century, words continued to live. But when Bishop Theophilus ordered the destruction of pagan temples in 391 CE, the Serapeum too fell silent. Stone cracked, papyrus turned to ash, and the fragrance of cedar was replaced by the acrid smoke of burning ink. But loss is never the whole story. Even as flames devoured the scrolls, their essence escaped, carried by those who had read, memorized, and loved them. Texts copied in other cities
survived in Constantinople, in Baghdad, in Cordoba. Fragments endured in the minds of students who fled across the sea. Knowledge, it seems, is like the Nile itself. It withdraws only to return, nourishing new lands with its flood. Centuries later, the dream was reborn as the modern Bibliotheca Alexandrina, a great disk of glass and stone leaning toward the sea, reflecting sunlight as if reclaiming what was lost. Its architects designed it to face east so that every dawn illuminates its facade, the eternal gesture of turning toward knowledge. You imagine standing there now, where the old foundations lie buried beneath the modern city. The air tastes of salt, and the wind hums softly through palm fronds. The Mediterranean glitters under a sun that has watched empires rise and fall. Beneath your feet, the sand conceals layers of history, Ptolemaic marble, Roman mosaics, Coptic churches, Ottoman walls. You close your eyes and sense them all breathing together, one civilization folded within another, none entirely gone. A fragment of papyrus drifts across the ground, lifted by the wind. Its letters are faint but visible, black strokes, delicate and deliberate, the handwriting of someone long dead who still speaks through dust. You kneel to watch it flutter, imagining the scholar who once held it, the student who copied it, the scribe who inked the reed, the river that gave the papyrus its body. In that moment, the library lives again. You feel the pulse of thought moving through time, the same pulse that stirred in Ur and Thebes, in Athens and Rome. As the light softens toward evening, you walk once more along the colonnades. The air cools and the city quiets. From somewhere beyond the walls, the call of a gull mingles with the low hum of waves against stone. In a nearby courtyard, a philosopher reads aloud to a small circle of listeners. His voice rises and falls gently, like water against marble. He speaks of the soul as a flame, one that must be tended, not owned, one that lives by giving light. The listeners nod, their faces half-shadowed, their eyes reflecting the glow of oil lamps that sway in the sea breeze. You pause beside a marble column and look toward the horizon. The Pharos burns faintly in the distance, a single star above the sea. Its flame flickers, but does not die. You think of all the knowledge once held here, lost, scattered, reborn, and realize that perhaps no scroll truly perished. For the truest library has never been shelves or stone, but the human longing to understand.
Every time a mind seeks meaning, the flame of Alexandria is lit again. Night deepens. The sea turns black and silver. In the harbor, ships sway gently, their rigging creaking like whispers of memory. You inhale the salt air and feel the coolness settle on your skin. Somewhere behind you, the city's lights begin to glow, each one a small echo of that ancient fire. You walk slowly away, the sound of waves following like a heartbeat. And as the darkness folds around you, a thought lingers, that knowledge, like light, is never truly lost. It only travels, waiting to be found again by those who listen to the silence between the waves.
Part 4. Voices Beneath the Sand. This part is a journey to the very foundations of urban life, exploring the elemental sensations of earth, clay, and water in Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. The tone is grounded, focusing on the textures of handmade materials and the slow, deliberate process of building worlds from the ground up. Chapter 13. Ascent to the Moon Temple, the Ziggurat of Ur. The city of Ur awakens beneath a pale sky, its breath still cool from the night. Dawn spreads like a slow river of light across the rooftops of mud brick and the glinting edge of the Euphrates. From the harbor, long, narrow boats drift soundlessly toward the markets, their hulls heavy with reeds, copper, and barley. The smell of wet clay mingles with smoke from morning fires, the air already alive with murmurs, with footsteps, with the heartbeat of a civilization at work. At the center of it all rises the Ziggurat, the mountain made by hands. From the distance it looks eternal, as though it had grown there, layer upon layer, from the womb of the earth. But close up, one can see the labor still clinging to it, the thumbprints in the mortar, the lines where baskets of clay once rose on the shoulders of builders. Every brick holds a breath, a name, a prayer. And this morning, beneath the white shimmer of dawn, a priest begins the slow ascent to the temple of the moon god, Nana. The first courtyard is alive with sound. The calls of merchants rise and fall, blending with the clang of bronze tools, the bray of donkeys, the faint splash of water carried from the river in leather skins. Somewhere, a child is reciting lines from a tablet. A reed stylus scratches softly in the dust. Incense burns before a small household altar, a wisp of cedar smoke curling upward like a quiet echo of the greater fire that waits above. But as the priest passes beneath the shadow of the lowest stair, that tapestry of life begins to recede. Each footstep lifts him away from the living noise of the city and closer to the stillness of heaven. The first staircase climbs steep and broad, the baked bricks rough beneath the sandals. Each step is edged with heat stored from the previous day, and yet the morning breeze cools the skin. A palm brushed against the wool feels the uneven grain of the ancient material, sand fused by sun, bound by black seams of bitumen that glisten faintly like veins of night through stone. The smell is unmistakable, tar and salt, an echo of the sea from which this earth once came. Somewhere inside the massive core, trapped air sighs softly through weeper holes, a deep, slow breath that makes the ziggurat seem alive. Reaching the first terrace, the view opens. Below spreads the roofs flat and sun-baked, the river winding like a silver serpent between fields. Flocks of white birds drift over the marshes. Their cries come faintly, softened by height. On this platform, the world feels suspended between elements, not yet sky, no longer ground. Here, the air smells of dust warmed by light, of the faint sweetness of date palms from the gardens near the temple school. A jar of water rests beside a carved offering table, beads of condensation gathering on its surface, cool to the touch. Each droplet mirrors the sun like a tiny moon. Higher still, the stair turns narrower, steeper. The second terrace rises through thin air where only the wind speaks. It hums in the ear and tugs at the robe's hem, carrying with it the dry fragrance of distant plains and the sharper scent of gypsum dust. Here the priest pauses. The shadows of the stairs stretch long behind him. Ahead, the summit glows. He looks upward, and the massive bulk of the temple seems to float upon the horizon, blue brick against blue sky, the boundary between earth and heaven blurred by light. The climb becomes slower, deliberate, almost ritual. Every step is a heartbeat. The body moves through weight, yet the spirit grows light. The murmur of the city below has dissolved entirely, replaced by the rustle of linen, the faint creak of leather sandals, the rhythmic pulse of breath. At moments, the mind drifts, memories rise unbidden. He recalls the first time his hand traced the curve of a moon disk carved in alabaster, the way its cold surface gleamed in lamplight. That same light now glows overhead, transformed into living sky. At last he reaches the uppermost terrace. Here the world feels cleansed of detail. The horizon stretches vast and pale. Clouds drift like slow-moving ships. The air is cooler, almost thin enough to taste, the flavor of stone and distance. On the temple platform stand remnants of once brilliant walls, fragments of blue-glazed brick that catch the sun in tiny flashes. They sparkle like scattered stars fallen to earth, remnants of celestial fire. In the stillness, their color seems to vibrate softly, as if remembering the hymns once sung here. He crosses the threshold. Inside the ruined shrine, the light dims, the temperature drops. The air holds a mingled scent, ancient brick dust, faint traces of incense long burned away, and something floral, ghost-like, perhaps cedar oil absorbed centuries ago into the walls. Every sound feels amplified, the slow rhythm of breathing, the soft brush of fabric, the faint click of a bead bracelet. It is said that Nana, Lord of the Moon, hears prayers in silence rather than speech, and so the priest does not speak. He simply stands, eyes closed, and listens, to nothing and to everything. Time dissolves. Light slides across the floor, marking the sun's passage like water over stone. In imagination, the temple restores itself. Painted reliefs glow in lamplight, silver vessels gleam on low altars. A white bull carved from limestone stands in shadow.
Outside, the ziggurat hums faintly as wind passes through its hollow channels, a music of air and earth. From below, invisible yet felt, rises the faint vibration of human life, markets, forges, voices, songs. So distant now, they seem part of another world. The ascent has drawn the senses through layers of being, noise to silence, weight to air, multitude to one. Night falls slowly. The sky deepens to indigo. The first star appears, then another, and another, until the heavens bloom with the full white disk of the moon. Its light spills across the terrace, cool and silvery, washing over brick and bitumen, turning every edge to shadow and pearl. The priest lifts his hands. The light pools in his palms like water. Somewhere within the stillness, a realization flickers that the ziggurat itself is an imitation of the cosmos. It steps the rungs between earth and eternity. The ascent was never only physical. It was the slow unbinding of the senses, a journey from matter to meaning. The wind shifts. It carries with it the faraway perfume of reeds by the river, the faint salt of evaporating water, the memory of the plain below. He breathes it in, the smell of life and decay intertwined. His eyes lift again to the moon, serene and absolute, its light steady as thought itself. For a long moment, nothing moves. Then a single moth drifts through the light, beating its wings in silence, the smallest of creatures crossing the distance between mortal and divine. At this height, thought and landscape merge. The priest feels the cool roughness of brick beneath his fingertips, the pulse of blood in his wrists, the whisper of linen around his body. Each sensation is a fragment of the same great fabric.
He senses the weight of the structure beneath him, the countless hands that shaped the bricks, the countless fires that baked them, the prayers pressed invisibly into their surfaces. All of that labor, all of that devotion rises now as one quiet breath toward the sky. The moon ascends higher. Its reflection gleams in small pools of rainwater collected between the bricks. In each reflection, the world is reversed. Heaven beneath, earth above. The sight stirs a gentle wonder, the recognition that the divine is not distant, but mirrored in the smallest details of the world. The ziggurat, the city, the river, the human heart, all share the same rhythm of ascent and release. Below, unseen, the fires of flicker. Families gather in courtyards. Storytellers speak of kings and floods. Lovers whisper beneath woven mats of reed. The city breathes, unaware that above it, on the Temple Mount, one man stands in quiet communion with the same silver light that bathes their roofs. The separation between sacred and ordinary is only one of height and perception. Every brick of the ziggurat is made from the same clay that forms their houses, their pots, their altars. The divine begins and ends in the hands of those who build. As the night deepens, the breeze grows colder, carrying a faint metallic note, the scent of distant rain. Thunder murmurs far across the plain. Lightning flickers at the horizon, illuminating the river like a vein of light in the darkness.
For an instant, the entire landscape glows, and the ziggurat seems to rise higher still, its summit touching the clouds. When the light fades, the silence feels deeper, sanctified. The priest kneels. In his mind, he recites the ancient hymn to Nana, though no words pass his lips. He feels the rhythm of its syllables echo through his chest, a heartbeat older than memory. He thinks of the moon's eternal cycle, its waxing, waning, disappearance, and return, and understands it as the pattern of all things built and broken, lost and found. In that understanding there is peace. Hours pass unnoticed. The moon drifts westward, the stars pale. Soon the first warmth of dawn brushes the horizon. In that tender light, the bricks regain their color, ochre, rust, gold. The shadows of the staircases stretch down again toward the waking city. A rooster crows faintly from the courtyard below. A pot clinks against another. The faint cry of a child breaks the stillness. Life stirs. The priest descends slowly, his sandals whispering on stone. Each step returns a fragment of sound, the wind, the city, the river, until by the time his foot touches the courtyard, the sacred and the mundane have become one continuous breath. He walks among the people unseen, the scent of incense still clinging faintly to his robe, the quiet of the summit still echoing in his pulse. Behind him, the ziggurat glows in the full light of sunrise, its terraces shimmering like bands of gold. The moon, fading into the brightening sky, lingers a moment longer above the temple of Nana, as though reluctant to depart. Then it slips beyond sight, leaving only radiance and memory. The journey has ended, but its stillness endures, like the hush that follows a prayer, or the soft echo of footsteps fading down an ancient stair.
Chapter 14. A Potter's Hands in Sumer.
The courtyard lies open to the sky, a bright square of sunlight framed by mud brick walls the color of baked bread. Morning begins softly here. The first sound is water, the slow pour from a jar into a basin, the brief hush of its splash. Then comes the thud of clay dropped upon stone, a low, rhythmic beat that anchors the air like a heartbeat. In this small space, surrounded by silence and light, a potter bends over his work. The city of hums beyond the walls, donkeys braying, merchants shouting near the harbor, but their noise reaches here only as a distant shimmer. Within the courtyard, time moves with the pace of breath and turning hands. The clay is heavy with the memory of the river. It smells of wet earth and minerals, a scent that clings to the skin and cools the lungs. The potter lifts a lump from the slab and presses it down again, driving out hidden air. The slap is wet, firm, decisive. Tiny flecks of sand bite against his palms. Each motion is deliberate. Fold, press, turn, repeat. He works barefoot. The dust beneath his soles is fine and silky, the same dust that settles each evening on the streets of the city. Overhead, sunlight shifts and glints along the rim of the water jar. A fly drones lazily in the heat. When the clay is ready, The potter seats himself before the wheel. A simple device, 2 discs joined by a shaft. He kicks once, twice, the wheel begins to turn. A low hum fills the courtyard, a circular whisper that will not stop until the vessel is born. He centers the lump, and the earth yields beneath his hands. The clay cools the fingers, pliant and alive. His thumbs dig, rise, and the shape emerges, a swelling curve, a lip, a neck. The pot trembles, then steadies, as if finding its breath. Around him, the air carries a faint vibration, the sound of motion made visible. The smell of clay thickens, mingled now with the resinous smoke of a small fire lit nearby to dry finished pieces. Close your eyes and you can feel it. The grain of silt under the nails, the drag of water across skin, the pulse of the turning wheel. Each sensation speaks of the same origin, the river that floods, recedes, and leaves its body behind as mud. The potter does not think of gods or kings as he works. His worship is the act itself. The vessel rises between his palms like a small world. He shapes the curve of its sides with the calm attention of one who understands that all form begins in formlessness. Nearby, in the shade, half-finished pots rest in rows. Some are broad-bellied jars meant for grain. Others are slender and graceful, waiting to hold oil or water. Their surfaces are still damp, cool to the touch. When sunlight strikes them, they glisten faintly, breathing out moisture like living things. In the far corner, broken shards lie piled, a mosaic of past attempts. Their edges are sharp, but their colors are soft. Pale ochre, faded red, gray like river silt after rain. Even these fragments will be ground back into new clay. Nothing is wasted in this cycle of creation and return. From somewhere beyond the courtyard comes the smell of cooking. Onion, garlic, and mutton simmering in a clay pot. The aroma drifts through the still air, joining the earthy scent of the workshop. You can almost taste it. The tender sweetness of stewed lamb, the warm starch of barley bread dipped in broth, the faint tang of date wine that will be poured tonight from one of these very jars. In this world, flavor and form are bound together. A meal cannot exist without the vessel that holds it, and the vessel cannot live without the earth that feeds the meal. The potter pauses. He lifts the new pot from the wheel and sets it beside the others. His hands are streaked with pale gray clay that cracks as it dries. He dips them into the basin, and the water clouds instantly. For a moment, he studies his reflection in that small, trembling surface. The image breaks apart with the ripples, and he smiles faintly, as though reminded that all forms, even faces, are temporary. Above the wall, the sky blazes white. A breeze passes, carrying the smell of the Euphrates, a wet, green scent of reeds and slow water. The river is only a short walk away. He can hear, faintly, the creak of ropes and the distant call of boatmen. Every handful of clay he works with was once part of that riverbed. The silt was gathered during the floods, dried in the sun, kneaded with straw to give it strength. The same process shapes the bricks of temples and homes. The difference lies only in purpose, not in substance. The potter's hands and the builder's hands speak the same silent language, the art of shaping earth. As the day warms, shadows shorten, He carries a row of vessels into the open yard to dry. Their wet surfaces glint under the sun like newborn skin. The air trembles with heat. A cicada begins to sing from the fig tree nearby. The sound is thin and piercing, almost metallic, but the rhythm of the wheel still echoes louder in memory. In the distance, a bell rings from the temple of Nana. The note hangs in the air, pure and solitary, before fading into silence. The potter glances toward the ziggurat rising over the city, its terraces bright in the light, and for a moment the massive structure seems to answer the bell with its own stillness. He returns to his stool and begins again. Another lump of clay, another spin of the wheel. This time his fingers move differently, coaxing the walls thinner, the lip wider. Each variation is a conversation between mind and matter. The vessel's curve mirrors the curve of his hand, just as the line of the ziggurat echoes the slope of distant hills. Everything built in this land carries a memory of its landscape. Even the humblest cup repeats in miniature the geometry of the divine mountain. Later, when the sun has begun to sink and the courtyard glows amber, the pots are ready for firing. A shallow pit serves as kiln. It is lined with shards and fueled by dried reeds and dung. The fire catches with a hiss. Smoke curls upward, sharp and sweet. The flames lick the edges of the pots, painting them with shifting colors: pale beige, rose, deep umber. The heat smells of resin and ash. He squints through the shimmer, judging by instinct when the transformation is complete. Clay becomes ceramic in silence, as water becomes vapor, as breath becomes prayer. Night approaches. The sky turns violet. The first stars appear above the flat roofs of Ur. The potter sits back, exhausted and content. Around him, the new vessels cool slowly, clicking faintly as they contract. Their sound is small, but satisfying, like pebbles settling at the bottom of a stream. He runs a fingertip along one rim, smooth, firm, perfect. Tomorrow, these will travel outward, some to the market stalls by the docks, others to the temple storerooms, still others to homes across the city. In each place, they will hold water, grain, or oil. They will absorb the warmth of food, the scent of smoke, the touch of hands. In time, they will break, crumble, and return to dust, ready to be born again. For a moment, he looks once more toward the towering ziggurat. Its silhouette is deep blue against the starlit sky. He thinks of how its bricks, too, were once soft clay pressed by human hands. The same river, the same earth, shaped both the cup in his grasp and the temple of the gods. The realization brings no pride,
only quiet wonder. In Sumer, the sacred and the ordinary share the same substance. A child's bowl and a god's dwelling are siblings, different only in destiny. The night deepens. Crickets sing. The fire's last embers pulse red, then fade. The potter stretches his fingers, now stiff with dried clay, and rinses them once more in the basin. The water is cool and dark. It carries the faint taste of iron and earth. He feels it run between his fingers, cleansing them of labor,
yet binding him again to the soil. Overhead, the moon rises full, luminous, and pale as unfired clay. Its light glances across the courtyard, touching each vessel as though blessing it. The potter watches the light move, slow and steady, across his work. The moon above and the earth below mirror one another, one shining, one shaping. Between them stands the human hand, patient and deliberate, turning raw matter into form. In that act lies the quiet triumph of Sumer, not the height of the Ziggurat, nor the wealth of the kings, but the enduring rhythm of creation, repeated endlessly in humble courtyards beneath the same eternal sky.
Chapter 15. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro. The journey turns eastward, across deserts and mountains, following the slow breath of the Indus River until the plain opens and a city of order rises from the dust. Mohenjo-Daro, the mound of the dead, stands silent beneath a pale sky. Yet even in ruin, it breathes calm precision. The first impression is not grandeur, but balance. The streets unfold like a thought made visible. Every brick a word in a language of symmetry. Beneath your feet, the ground is firm, not raw earth, but a carpet of perfectly baked clay. Each brick fits its neighbor like a memory recalled exactly, uniform, rectangular, red gold in the light. As you walk, the city reveals itself in measured rhythm. The streets run straight, crossing at right angles. The geometry is soothing to the mind. Shadows fall evenly along the walls of houses, as though guided by unseen rulers. The air is cleaner than expected for a city so ancient. Somewhere beneath the surface, covered drains carry away the waste and murmur softly in their hidden channels. It is the faint, secret pulse of a civilization that prized cleanliness, discipline, and quiet harmony. The soundscape is gentle. The wind passes between brick facades, whispering through ancient apertures. The footsteps echo, soft and hollow, like the hush of waves retreating from sand. Now and then, a dove's coo drifts from a distant rooftop. There are no crowds, no clamor of markets, no shouting of kings. The city feels contemplative, more monastery than metropolis, as though its people built not for conquest, but for peace of mind. Ahead lies a wide courtyard ringed by columns. The air feels different here, cooler, more intimate. At its center rests the great bath. The steps descend in even ranks, inviting the body downward as if into the memory of water. You walk slowly, tracing the edge of the pool. The bricks underfoot are smooth, their joints sealed with bitumen, a dark, tar-like resin that gleams faintly where sunlight touches it. Press your palm against the surface, and you feel a slight give, almost imperceptible, as if the stone still remembers its pliant youth. The scent rises, clean water, sun-warmed clay, and that faint sweetness of ancient resin, the smell of preservation itself. The air within the bath is hushed and humid.
Your breath sounds louder here. Water laps softly against the sides, each ripple sending a faint glimmer across the brick. The echo of a drop, just one, expands like a bell, reverberating through the chamber. The sensation is immersive, almost sacred. The space is not for bathing in the ordinary sense, but for purification, for renewal. One can imagine figures moving slowly down the steps, men and women wrapped in simple cloth, descending in silence, letting the cool water erase the dust of the world. The surface of the pool reflects the open sky above, a blue rectangle framed by red brick and shadow. As light changes, the reflection shifts from silver to gold to deep indigo. The effect is hypnotic. The water seems not to contain the sky, but to absorb it. The boundaries between element and element dissolve. Air becomes water, water becomes light. Near the pool's edge, the bricks bear the marks of long use, faint grooves where feet once pressed, smoothed corners where hands once rested. You can almost sense the presence of thousands of quiet rituals performed over centuries. The cupping of water to the forehead, the murmur of prayer, the deep exhale that follows surrender to stillness. The design of the bath speaks of intention. The bricks are uniform in size, a standard ratio of 4:2:1, found throughout the city, a code of order. The drains beneath are planned with the same precision. Covered channels carry away used water, leading to soak pits and wells. Even the courtyards surrounding the bath are paved for cleanliness, and each house in the city once possessed its own bathing area connected to a private drain. This is a civilization that equated purity with order and order with virtue. You pause and look around. The colonnade encircles the bath like a cloister. Between the pillars, the light forms long bands across the floor. Dust motes float through the shafts of sunlight, suspended in air so still that each particle seems eternal. Somewhere beyond the courtyard, a breeze stirs through the grid of streets and carries a faint scent. Baked brick cooling under the sun, mingled with the sweet smell of distant grain. You imagine the daily life beyond these walls. The narrow homes built with the same meticulous bricks, each with its own well. The covered streets that offered shade. The granaries with raised platforms where stores of barley and wheat were kept dry. The workshops where craftsmen spun cotton, cast bronze, carved ivory. The sounds are faint but imaginable. The soft scrape of a whetstone, the rhythmic beat of a loom, the splash of water poured from a jar. And yet, here in the great bath, there is silence. This is the heart of the city's rhythm, the pause between its breaths. Scholars may debate the function of the bath, temple or public gathering place, ritual or recreation, but the sensation it evokes leaves little doubt. This is a sanctuary. You descend the steps. The bricks are cool and the air grows denser. The scent of dampness thickens, laced with minerals and faint tar. Your fingertips graze the bitumen seam. It feels slightly oily, like aged resin. Kneeling, you let your hand hover above the surface of the water. The reflection trembles. The heat of your skin and the cool of the pool meet and balance. You dip your fingers. The water is neither cold nor warm. It holds the perfect neutrality of equilibrium. For a moment, you close your eyes and listen. The hum of life above fades away. What remains is the sound of dripping, deliberate, rhythmic, ancient. You sense the unity that governed this civilization. Water channeled through brick, thought through discipline, spirit through shared ritual. There is no monument to a single ruler here, no inscription to boast of conquest. The achievement lies in the collective, 1,000 coordinated acts of precision, each brick a promise kept. The mind begins to wander, imagining the people who walked these streets. Their script remains undeciphered, their voices are lost, yet their presence survives in the geometry of their world. Even without words, the message is clear: balance, cleanliness, order. The city speaks not through statues, but through silence, not through declarations, but through design. As evening falls, the light within the courtyard turns amber, the reflections deepen, and the bath glows as though lit from within. The air cools, carrying a faint trace of wood smoke. Somewhere, unseen, a fire is lit for the night meal. You can almost taste it: roasted grains, the hint of salt, a sweetness of dates. The body responds instinctively, but the spirit remains still, lulled by the calm perfection of the space. From the upper walls, the first stars begin to appear in the reflection of the pool. The surface shivers once with a passing breeze, then settles again. In that mirrored sty, the universe feels contained, infinite yet within reach. The great bath, like the city itself, is not a monument to gods or kings, but to the quiet dignity of human order. You imagine the ritual at dusk. The citizens gather, perhaps in small groups, descending the steps together. The soft murmur of voices rises and falls, blending with the echo of water. A lamp is lit near the edge, its flame bending gently in the wind. Each person washes, then steps back renewed, body cooled, mind stilled. The cycle continues, day after day, generation after generation, until even memory itself becomes water, flowing unseen beneath the city's foundations. The Indus civilization left no grand inscriptions, no epic carved in stone, yet what it built speaks volumes. The very bricks of Mohenjo-Daro express an ethic: cleanliness as harmony, order as peace. It is a different kind of power, quiet, collective, enduring. The great bath endures as the city's soul, where water and humanity meet in reflection. As you rise once more to the courtyard, night has fully fallen. The air is warm again, soft with the scent of clay. You pause at the top of the steps and look back. Below, the pool gleams faintly under moonlight, a rectangle of silver framed by red earth. The water seems alive, trembling with light, breathing softly in the dark. You feel a calm gratitude, as if the city itself were still caring for you, cleansing, cooling, holding. And then, as you walk back through the gridded streets, your footsteps echo evenly between the walls. The rhythm is almost musical, a slow, steady beat that mirrors the pulse of a civilization built on precision. Overhead, the stars align in quiet constellations, just as the streets align
on the earth. The symmetry feels deliberate, a harmony between heaven and ground. Mohenjo-Daro fades behind you, but its stillness remains. In its measured silence lies an ancient truth, that the highest form of civilization may not be the loudest or the grandest, but the most balanced, where even water, brick, and breath move together in peace.
Part 5. The Scent of Paradise. This part explores the curated and luxurious sensory worlds of Achaemenid Persia and Tang China, connected by the flow of goods, ideas, and aesthetics along the Silk Road. The focus shifts from raw elements to cultivated beauty, from the enclosed perfection of a garden to the cosmopolitan energy of an international market. Chapter 16. Midnight in a Persian Garden. The desert cooled slowly after sunset. Heat lingers in the sand, rising in soft waves that shimmer under the pale glow of the moon. Far to the west, the horizon still holds a trace of gold, the last breath of day fading into indigo. In the heart of this vast silence, the garden waits, an enclosed paradise, a paradisa, its walls hiding a world where the senses awaken one by one. The first sensation is the breath of the air itself. After the long, searing day, the night feels almost liquid, cool, weighty, filled with scent. The wind that drifts through the cypress rows carries layers of fragrance, the heady sweetness of roses just past bloom, the delicate perfume of jasmine spilling from trellised vines, the faint, almost shy aroma of lilies that open only after dusk. Beneath them, grounding the floral symphony, lies the sharper note of cedarwood and the clean, resinous green of the tall cypress trees that guard the paths like watchful sentinels. The mixture of perfumes is not overwhelming, but perfectly balanced, each scent finding its own moment in the night air, much like a melody unfolding slowly in time. You walk deeper into the garden. The gravel underfoot crunches lightly, a whisper more than a sound. And as you move, the air seems to grow thicker, more fragrant still. From the branches overhead hang pomegranates swollen with ripeness, their leathery skins glowing faintly red in the moonlight. The air carries their perfume, a sweetness tinged with tartness. Beside them, heavy figs droop toward the ground, exhaling a scent that is both fruit and sun, a memory of the day still clinging to their flesh. Somewhere nearby, a palm releases a few ripe dates that fall softly into the grass, a quiet percussion against the rhythm of running water. And there it is, the sound that defines the Persian night. Water. Flowing, constant, alive. It murmurs through narrow channels of stone, cascading gently from one basin to another. The garden is built upon this music. The sound does not dominate, it soothes. It moves evenly through the chaharbagh, the fourfold plan that divides the garden into perfect quadrants, each one representing one of the rivers of paradise: water, milk, honey, and wine. Here, the rivers are not metaphors, but experiences of sound and motion, each stream a thread in a larger tapestry of order. The builders of this place were not only gardeners, but engineers of serenity, coaxing water through miles of underground qanats to bring life into the desert's heart. A hand reaches out in the half-dark and meets the cool bark of a plane tree, rough and furrowed with age. Beneath its canopy, the air smells of damped leaves and flowing water. A few steps farther, the fingertips brush the smooth skin of a pomegranate, its surface warm from the day's stored sun. The sense of touch deepens the reality of the place. The coarse stone of the pathway beneath the fingertips. The fine mist of the fountains settling softly on the forearm. The silken brush of a rose petal that clings for a moment before it falls. The night is not silent. Beneath the water's murmur are subtler layers of sound. The occasional chirp of a night insect, the faint rustle of a breeze through date palms, the quiet shifting of leaves as a bird stirs in its sleep. Somewhere near the outer wall, a nightingale begins to sing, its call delicate and slow, carrying through the stillness like liquid silver. The song weaves through the murmuring water, and together they form the music of the garden, the rhythm by which time itself seems to move. The taste of the air changes as you approach the fountain at the center. It is cooler here, filled with the clean scent of water and stone. You kneel beside the basin. The moonlight strikes its surface, breaking into ripples that dance across the ceiling of the surrounding arcade. You cup your hands and drink. The water is shockingly pure, cold against the tongue, with the faint mineral taste of the mountain spring from which it came. It is water that has traveled for miles through the dark veins of the earth, guided by the will of the king, lifted from the unseen depths by human ingenuity. Each sip is a reminder. Paradise is not accidental, it is designed. Beyond the fountain, the garden opens wider. You walk along an avenue lined with cypress, their black silhouettes rising like fluted columns against the star-bright sky. Between them, the flower beds form symmetrical patterns, rows of irises pale as moonlight, squares of marigolds dimmed to shadowed gold. The paths are laid out with perfect geometry, so that from the air, if the gods were to look down, the garden would appear as a mandala of balance and intention. It is the same geometry that orders the universe, the same symmetry found in the Achaemenid palaces, the same measured perfection that mirrors the king's vision of harmony between man and cosmos. Somewhere in the distance, laughter drifts through the dark, the muted sound of courtiers dining under silk canopies. Their low voices mingle with the faint plucking of a lyre and the rhythm of a hand drum. You imagine the taste of their feast: rice steamed with saffron and cinnamon, lamb glazed with pomegranate molasses, bowls of almonds and pistachios, and the honeyed richness of dates soaked in wine. The fragrance of spice rises faintly on the air: cardamom, cumin, a hint of rosewater. The senses blend. Smell becomes taste, sound becomes texture, all of it part of the same sensory composition. And yet the garden is not merely pleasure. Beneath the sensual beauty lies symbolism. Every channel of water, every planted tree, every path radiating from the central pool is an expression of order imposed upon wilderness. In this place, architecture and nature merge into a single language of dominion. The garden is the empire in miniature, its irrigation canals, the royal roads, its flowering beds, the conquered provinces. The act of cultivating paradise is a declaration of power. To command water in the desert, to bring life where none should flourish, is to prove mastery over both nature and time. Still,
Within this display of control, there is gentleness. You can sense it in the way moonlight filters through leaves, in the tremor of reflection across the water's skin. The beauty here does not shout, it whispers. Even the architecture serves the night's calm. The low pavilions with their latticed windows, the marble benches cool to the touch, the patterned tiles that glimmer faintly like captured stars. The scent of the garden deepens as the air cools further. Roses release their final breath before closing. The sharpness of cypress softens into something almost sweet. You inhale, and the mind grows still. Walking slowly through the garden's quadrants, you notice how every sense is invited into balance. Sight finds symmetry, hearing finds rhythm, touch finds texture, smell finds harmony, and taste finds refreshment. This equilibrium is the garden's secret, the sensory embodiment of the Persian concept of cosmic order. In the hush of the night, surrounded by scent and shadow, you begin to understand what the architects of paradise intended, that beauty itself can be a form of governance, that serenity can proclaim power more eloquently than conquest. At the far edge of the garden, a marble platform overlooks the desert beyond. You climb its steps and pause. From here, the world outside appears vast and pale, a silver ocean of sand stretching to the horizon. The contrast is overwhelming. Chaos and barrenness on one side, harmony and abundance on the other. The walls of the garden do not only enclose, they define the boundary between wilderness and civilization, between the realm of the divine and the realm of dust. You realize, then, that the purpose of the garden is
Not escape, but transformation. To enter it is to pass from disorder into order, from heat into coolness, from noise into stillness. The wind rises slightly. The cypress trees sway, their reflections rippling across the fountain's surface. The night has grown deeper now, almost blue-black, and the moon stands directly above the water, mirrored perfectly below. For a long moment, heaven and earth seem to touch. You hear only the water's eternal murmur, the slow breath of the garden, the rhythm of paradise sustained by human will. And as you stand there, surrounded by fragrance and quiet sound, a thought unfolds like a flower in the dark, that this is what power truly is. Not the roar of armies, nor the glitter of gold, but the ability to make the world gentle, to draw water through the desert, to teach stone and tree to live in harmony, to make night itself bloom with scent. The garden becomes not a monument to a king, but to the idea that mastery and beauty, order and compassion can coexist. The air cools further. Somewhere, unseen, a servant trims the wick of an oil lamp. The flame brightens briefly, then steadies, casting a soft reflection in the nearest pool. A fig drops into the water with a muted plop, sending small ripples outward. You watch them spread until they fade into stillness once more. When you finally turn to leave, the path behind you glows faintly with scattered petals. The sound of water follows, constant and eternal. Beyond the gate, the desert wind waits, dry, unscented, immense. But within the walls of the Paradisa, time holds its breath. The night will linger here long after you've gone, fragrant and balanced, an echo of paradise sustained by stone, water, and the quiet music of human imagination. Chapter 17. The Tribute Bearers of Persepolis. The dawn comes quietly over the plateau of Fars. The sky, still tinted with the cool blues of night, begins to pale behind the distant Zagros mountains. In the east, a thin blade of gold cuts across the horizon, spilling over the terraces of Persepolis, the ceremonial heart of the Achaemenid Empire. The air is crisp and perfectly still. For a moment, the vast complex sleeps, wrapped in the hush that lingers before light touches stone. Then, as the sun's first rays rise, they strike the eastern staircase of the Apadana, and the world awakens. The limestone glows warm and honey-colored. The reliefs carved along the great terrace catch the angled light, and shadows sharpen like ink across the walls. The figures begin to breathe again. For a heartbeat, the stone seems to stir, a frozen procession caught mid-stride. The air feels cool against the skin, but the eye perceives warmth, as if the sun itself is animating the empire in miniature. You move closer. The smell of dry stone and desert dust mixes faintly with the resinous scent of cypress carried from the royal gardens below. A falcon calls overhead, its cries circling the terraces and dissolving into silence. Your hand reaches out and meets the wall. The limestone is unexpectedly smooth, the surface polished to a satiny sheen that once reflected the light like water. The fingertips trace the carved outlines of robes and braids, of hoofs and horns, of vessels and baskets. The cuts are so precise that even after millennia the edges remain sharp. Every line still holds intention. You can feel, in the tactile memory of the stone, the discipline of the artisans who worked here. Their hands guided by a system of order, their eyes trained to see divinity in symmetry. The relief unfolds as a vast human river. Line upon line of figures ascends the staircase. 23 nations, each delegation bringing gifts to the great king. A Persian and a Median usher lead each group, their gestures gentle, their expressions composed. The details are astonishing. You can almost feel the weight of the fabrics carved into the stone. The thick, woolen folds of the Lydians' cloaks, the crisp pleated linen of the Egyptians, the supple leather and animal pelts of the Scythians. Even the texture of hair is rendered. Tight curls, smooth braids, flowing beards, each strand rising delicately from the plane of the wall. The light shifts as the sun climbs higher. Shadows soften, and what had seemed rigid begins to move. The procession becomes a slow motion of forms, men bearing jars of gold and silver, others leading oxen, sheep, and horses, some carrying weapons, ivory, and textiles. The animals are lifelike, a ram with thick wool, a stallion with flared nostrils, and a mane that seems to ripple. A lioness guiding her cubs with a calm, proud stride. The eye lingers on the small details, the engraved tassels of belts, the floral patterns on the hems of garments, the rings on fingers, the bracelets on wrists. The richness of the empire is not shouted, it is whispered in these minute perfections. You step back, letting your gaze travel along the wall's great expanse.
The wind sweeps softly across the terrace. It carries the dry scent of limestone, warmed by sun, mingled with the faint sweetness of date palms from the valley below. No voices rise here, yet the mind fills the silence with sound, the murmur of dozens of tongues, the jingling of harnesses, the rustle of robes. You can almost hear the slow cadence of the New Year festival this relief depicts. Delegations arriving one by one, each bringing the treasures of their lands to the king. The soundscape unfolds in imagination. A deep drum from Elam, a silver flute from Lydia, the rhythmic stomp of camels arriving from Arabia. The terrace becomes a stage for an empire's heartbeat. As the sun continues its climb, the limestone takes on a radiant glow, as if lit from within. You begin to notice how the relief tells not only a story of power, but of unity. Each figure is distinct, yet all move in harmony, their pace measured and calm. There is no chaos, no violence, no display of conquest. This is not the imagery of domination, but of order. The empire is presented as a gathering, a carefully choreographed procession of peoples joined by shared peace under the rule of the king. Even the animals walk placidly. It is an image of a world made still by justice, bound by the unseen gravity of imperial harmony. You imagine yourself among those ancient visitors who once climbed these same steps. Their sandals scuffed softly on the stone, the morning air filled with the fragrance of burning cedar from nearby altars. The sun dazzled their eyes as they raised them toward the columns of the Apadana rising above. 72 fluted pillars crowned with double-headed bulls, their forms both protective and serene. The colonnade shimmered in the light, and beyond it, the vast terrace opened like a sea of pale gold. The scale was meant to humble, to slow the heartbeat, to create that perfect blend of awe and composure that the Persians considered sacred. A bird alights on the edge of a broken capital. Its shadow flickers across the carved faces, momentarily animating them again. The figures seem to respond, a tilt of a head here, a fold of a garment there, illusions born from the dance of light and moving air. In the distance, the plain stretches endlessly, the horizon hazed with heat. Yet up here, the breeze remains cool. The sound of it moving through the columns is low and constant, a natural music that joins the imagined procession below. You stand still, breathing the mingled scents of stone, wind, and ancient dust, the perfume of time itself. There is something hypnotic about the repetition of forms. Every delegation carries an offering, vessels, textiles, animals, but each gesture feels unique. The Babylonians hold golden bowls decorated with lotus petals. The Armenians lead horses with intricate harnesses. The Gandharans carry fine wool and lapis lazuli. The hands of the figures are large and deliberate, carved to emphasize generosity. Their postures are calm, neither submissive nor proud. This is diplomacy in relief, the empire rendered as an embrace. You can almost imagine the temperature of the day. Warm sun on the skin, a faint chill in the breeze, the alternating coolness and heat of the stone beneath your fingertips. For a while, you simply walk the length of the terrace. The repetition becomes a rhythm, almost musical,
Step by step, delegation by delegation, the relief teaches patience. It feels less like a narrative than a meditation carved into rock, a reminder that empire, like the carving itself, is an act of precision, persistence, and unity. You reach the end of the wall and pause. The final figures face the king, who stands elevated, serene, and still. His attendants fan out beside him, their robes cascading in fine folds. The king does not move. He does not need to. His stillness commands the entire scene, just as the stillness of the relief commands the imagination. The longer you look, the more the boundaries between stone and life dissolve. The relief becomes not
an image, but a sensation. The coolness of shadow, the warmth of light, the imagined weight of gifts carried across mountains and seas. Each texture, each carved fold, each ripple of muscle is a fragment of the empire's body. You realize that the Apadana staircase is not merely decoration, but scripture, written not in letters, but in surfaces meant to be touched, seen, and felt. It is a stone symphony of human and material connection. Marble for hierarchy, limestone for peace, shadow for humility, light for revelation. As midday approaches, the sun blazes overhead. The contrast flattens, shadows fade. The relief loses its depth and becomes a single shining plane of gold and white. In this light, the figures dissolve into abstraction, pure geometry, pure order. For a brief instant, the empire itself seems to vanish into radiance. You close your eyes. The sound of the wind fills the silence again, carrying a whisper of eternity. When you open your eyes, the afternoon has begun. The light has turned softer, almost amber. The shadows return, long and gentle, tracing once more the forms of people and animals. It feels as if the empire is exhaling. You notice small imperfections, a crack along a robe, a missing hand, a chipped hoof. Time has touched even this perfection, yet the overall harmony remains unbroken. The stone bears its age gracefully, like skin that has weathered centuries of wind. In the fading light, you imagine the great ceremonies that once filled this terrace. Musicians playing slow, steady rhythms on frame drums, priests burning incense, envoys presenting gifts to the king while murmuring blessings in languages that no longer exist. The air would have shimmered with perfume and sound, with the glint of gold and silver, the soft clinking of bracelets, the hush of reverence. The limestone underfoot would have been cool, perhaps sprinkled with rose water to settle the dust. Every sensation, sight, scent, sound, touch, choreographed to affirm one truth, that order and beauty are one and the same.
Now only the wind performs the ceremony. It moves through the columns, rises along the staircase, and brushes across the carved faces like a benediction. The relief glows faintly in the last light, every groove catching fire for a moment before the sun dips below the horizon. Shadows lengthen, and the figures fade once more into stillness. The empire sleeps again in its stone procession, its silence profound and complete. As night descends, the temperature drops quickly. The limestone exhales the heat of the day. You place your hand on the wall one last time. The stone is cool now, almost cold, but it seems to pulse faintly beneath your fingers, the illusion of life lingering in stillness. Above, the first stars appear over the Persepolis plain. The reliefs catch their faint light, and for a brief instant they shimmer like constellations carved into earth. You step back and breathe the night air, filled with the scent of distant fires and the faint metallic taste of dust. The silence returns, vast and patient. The tribute bearers remain, eternal, unhurried, and complete, their procession continuing forever in the slow dawn of stone.
Chapter 18. The Western Market of Chang'an. Dawn begins softly over the walled city of Chang'an. The mist that clings to the roofs and courtyards glows faintly pink as the first light rises beyond the eastern hills. From the tall watchtowers, the city unfolds like a living map, avenues running in perfect order, districts marked by their square geometry, gates still half closed from the night's quiet. Yet one place is already awake, the Western Market, the beating heart of trade in the Tang Empire, the final echo of the Silk Road where the world itself seems to gather. The traveler approaches along a broad street paved with smooth stone, its edges lined with trees whose leaves shimmer with the dew of early morning. Ahead comes the low hum of thousands of voices, layered and rising, the first signal of entry into a world of color, motion, and scent. The air grows warmer with life, tinged by smoke from breakfast fires, and the faint sweetness of tea being poured from tall bronze kettles. With every step, the senses begin to awaken, as though the city itself is exhaling its stored vitality from the night. Crossing beneath the great wooden gate of the market, the soundscape expands into a living symphony. The clang of a blacksmith's hammer on metal rings out in a steady rhythm, answered by the sharper, musical strike of a silversmith shaping filigree into bracelets and cups. From somewhere nearby comes the reedy wail of a flute, its tone foreign, perhaps Kushan, carrying the strange intervals of desert music from the western oases. The crowd moves in waves, its murmurs rising and falling like breath. Languages intertwine, Sogdian with Persian, Turkic with Sanskrit, all flowing around the firm cadence of Chinese. A single conversation might weave through 3 tongues, each word met with laughter, gesture, or the universal sound of barter. The air is alive with smells so dense they seem almost visible. The rich, sharp bite of freshly ground cinnamon drifts from a spice seller's stall, followed by the darker, smoky sweetness of cloves.
A gust of air carries the resinous perfume of frankincense, burned in small clay censers, its ghostly threads of smoke winding upward through the light. From another corner comes the pungent scent of camphor and myrrh, rare treasures carried across thousands of kilometers of sand and sea. Between these foreign notes lies the more familiar perfume of roasted meat, sesame oil, and steamed dumplings, the scent of hunger and satisfaction mingling with trade. One stall simmers skewers of lamb brushed with cumin, another steams sweet rice buns wrapped in lotus leaves. The smoke curls into the air, wrapping the market in an invisible tapestry of flavor. Everywhere the eyes turn, there is light and texture. Bolts of silk are stacked in cascades of color, crimson, gold, jade, indigo, each catching the sunlight differently as merchants unfold them for inspection. Their surfaces vary from coarse and matte to impossibly smooth, like water flowing between one's fingers. Across the lane, a craftsman from Persia polishes a golden bowl whose edges bear lotus motifs, a fusion of east and west, hammered patiently until it gleams like captured sunlight. Beside him, Tong artisans display porcelain glazed in the new Changsha style, fish leaping among painted waves, flowers curling along the rim of the bowl. The glaze glints with subtle green and amber tones, its beauty born from fire and precision. These pieces will soon journey westward again, carried by caravan and ship to far-off cities under the Abbasid Caliphate, their surfaces whispering of China. The crowd itself is a spectacle. Monks in saffron robes move quietly through the throng, their begging bowls gleaming against the dark cloth of travelers' coats. Central Asian traders, their faces sun-browned and bearded, stride beside local vendors wrapped in pale linen. A musician from Sogdia plays a small drum, its rhythm matched by the clatter of camel bells as new caravans arrive through the city gate. The animals smell of dust and long travel, their breath thick and warm, their hides rough to the touch, their movements patient and deliberate. Each camel carries the dust of faraway lands, salt from the Taklamakan, spices from India, and stories beyond the horizon. The market's sound grows as the day advances. The flutes give way to strings, pipas and ouds, whose melodies twist together like threads. A storyteller stands on a low wooden platform, his voice steady and musical as he recounts tales of distant Samarkand or the court of Baghdad, drawing both laughter and quiet awe from his audience. Children weave through the crowd, selling candied fruit on sticks. The amber glaze catches the light, dripping slightly in the warmth. When a breeze passes, the paper banners strung overhead flutter softly, their brush-painted characters promising fortune, longevity, or simply fresh tea today. The senses never rest. One moment, the skin feels the rough edge of a woven rug from Kashgar. The next, the cool surface of carved jade traded from the mountains of Hotan. A sip from a tea stall refreshes the mouth with earthy bitterness, followed by a trace of sweetness from dried apricot or honey. The tang of fermented bean paste drifts through the air, sharp and savory, blending with the faint metallic scent of coins changing hands. Dust settles lightly on lips and tongue, a reminder that this prosperity is born from endless travel, from roads that stretch across deserts and mountains and seas. The traveler pauses beside a stall where parchment scrolls are spread out, covered with elegant black brushstrokes. A young scholar from the city is selling translations of foreign texts, sutras from India,
verses from Persia, fragments of Greek philosophy carried east long ago. The scent of the ink is strong and alive, its resinous note mingling with the faint odor of bamboo paper and glue. Nearby, a Buddhist monk debates quietly with a visiting Nestorian priest, their voices calm yet charged with curiosity. A Taoist alchemist listens in, smiling, his hands stained with cinnabar. The market is not only a place of commerce, but a great conversation of civilizations, where ideas trade as freely as goods. As noon approaches, the light changes. The sun stands high, casting short shadows, and the dust of the market shimmers in its glare. Heat rises from the stone ground, and the hum of voices slows for a while as people retreat into shade to eat. A vendor ladles cool almond milk from a bronze vessel, its flavor soft and nutty against the dryness of the air. Across the way, a Persian merchant pours sherbet flavored with rosewater into cups of carved horn. The drink is fragrant, delicate, and strange, a taste of another world that lingers on the tongue like memory. Somewhere behind, a potter splashes water over his clay to keep it moist. The sound is brief but refreshing, like the sudden fall of rain. The market breathes with the rhythm of the day. Afternoon brings the return of noise and color. Dancers performing on an open stage, their sleeves rippling like water. The deep boom of drums marking time for their movement. Perfume sellers light small censers to draw attention to their wares, and the air fills again with sandalwood, musk, and ambergris. In the distance, the imperial drums sound faintly from the palace quarter, reminding everyone of the vast order beyond the market's chaos, the heartbeat of the empire that makes this spectacle possible. As evening nears, the light softens. The western sky deepens to copper, and the market begins to glow with hundreds of small lamps. The flares of oil and candlelight flicker against silk awnings, turning every color into gold. The air cools and thickens with smoke. Musicians shift to slower melodies, their songs filled with longing and memory, echoes of the road, of home, of distance.
A woman from the western lands sings softly in a language few here understand, but the tone alone carries meaning, loss, beauty, and the quiet ache of travel. Her voice drifts across the square and dissolves into the night air. As the last buyers linger, the merchants begin to close their stalls. Silk is folded and tied, coins counted, incense extinguished. The sounds grow fewer but deeper. The creak of wagon wheels, the soft snort of camels as they kneel for rest, the final clatter of wooden shutters being drawn. The scents remain, suspended in the air like ghosts, cinnamon, smoke, tea, and dust. The market, once a storm of sensation, now exhales into silence. Standing at its edge, the traveler looks back. The western market of Chang'an stretches behind like a living memory of the world, its textures, languages, and flavors interwoven into one continuous breath. To walk through it is to experience history not as written text, but as rhythm, scent, and color. It is a library of the senses, where every fragrance carries a geography, every sound a story, every taste a trace of a road once traveled. As the lamps burn low and the stars begin to glimmer above the city walls, the traveler steps away.
The sounds fade into the distance. Only the faint perfume of tea and sandalwood follows, blending with the cool breath of night. In that moment, the entire world feels near, its peoples, its journeys, and its unending motion, and yet utterly still, suspended in the serene twilight of ancient Chang'an.
Part 6. Echoes in the Stone Forest. This part immerses the listener in the sacred landscapes of Mesoamerica, where monumental architecture is in constant dialogue with the vibrant, living jungle. The tone is one of awe, mystery, and deep connection to the natural and spiritual worlds, where stone and forest are inextricably linked. Chapter 19. Painting the Great Goddess of Teotihuacan. The scene opens in quiet, shadowed stillness. Inside a modest yet dignified apartment complex, deep in the ancient city of Teotihuacan, an artist begins to paint. The air is thick with silence, except for the faint scrape of a brush against wet plaster, a soft, rhythmic whisper that merges with the slow breathing of the painter. Light filters through a small opening in the wall, falling in thin, golden shafts that illuminate the dust suspended in air. The smell is earthy and mineral, damp lime plaster, crushed pigments, and the faint trace of smoke from the hearth beyond the room. Before the artist, the wall gleams pale and damp, waiting. Nearby rests a stone palette where colors lie like offerings, powdered minerals ground into fine dusts that shimmer faintly in the dim light. Hematite for red, malachite for green, charcoal for black, ochre for yellow. Each pigment carries a history. Iron drawn from blood-red stone, copper from deep within the earth, soot from sacred fires. Mixed with water and lime, they become something alive, ready to bind human intention to the walls that will outlast their maker. The artist dips a brush made of soft animal hair into the rich red pigment. The motion is deliberate, ritualistic. Each stroke meets the wall with purpose, building form upon form, color upon color, like breath filling lungs. Slowly, the figure of the great goddess begins to emerge. Not a portrait of a person, but the embodiment of cosmic force. Her eyes, almond-shaped and still, gaze outward with serene omnipotence. From her headdress rises the world tree, branches unfurling with life. Spiders weaving silver threads, butterflies poised like fragments of sky, droplets of water spilling from her hands into the earth below. The air smells of creation, lime dust, pigment, and sweat mingled into something sacred. The faint scent of agave pulp used as a binder lingers on the air, sticky and sweet. The brush trembles slightly as the artist leans close, breathing shallowly, tracing the outline of a butterfly's wing. The stroke is precise, practiced, one of hundreds that form the language of divine order. The artist's hand does not shake from uncertainty, but from reverence. Every line is a prayer in pigment. Outside, the city hums in low, distant tones, muffled laughter, the rhythm of sandals on stone, the call of a vendor echoing through the courtyard. Yet inside this room, time stands still. The faint flicker of a torch in a corner sends shifting light across the wall, animating the goddess in momentary movement. In the shimmer of that light, she seems to breathe. The artist pauses to grind more pigment. The sound is slow, circular, stone against stone, a heartbeat of labor. As the powder becomes fine, the smell of minerals deepens, a tang of iron,
a metallic taste in the back of the throat. Water is added, and the color blooms into a brilliant red that glows even in shadow. When applied to the wall, it gleams like sunlight on blood, a symbol of both life and sacrifice, concepts inseparable in the world that built Teotihuacan. Hours pass unmarked. The wall transforms. The goddess stands fully revealed, symmetrical, frontal, eternal. Her proportions are not human. They are geometric, balanced according to divine mathematics. Around her, tiny motifs fill the space. Feathers, seeds, droplets, shells, each a metaphor for transformation and continuity. The air in the room has changed. It feels heavier now, dense with presence. The goddess is no longer an image. She inhabits the space, her stillness pressing outward into the air. The artist steps back, laying down the brush. There is a quiet satisfaction, but also humility. This work is not signed. It will never bear a name. It belongs to the city, to the collective vision of Teotihuacan itself, a place where art was not an expression of individuality, but an instrument of cosmic order. The wall is not a decoration. It is an axis where the divine meets the human, where pigment becomes prayer.
Stepping outside, the artist enters the corridor. The air is cooler here, touched by the faint scent of burning copal from a nearby altar. The light widens into the courtyard, an open square paved in stone, its surface warm beneath the sun. In the center, a shallow basin of water mirrors the sky, still and reflective. The sound of distant flutes drifts faintly through the air, slow and haunting, echoing against the surrounding walls. Somewhere, a child laughs. Somewhere else, a priest chants, his voice carried on the wind. The path leads outward, through narrow lanes toward the avenue of the dead. The transition is startling, from the intimacy of one painted wall to the overwhelming immensity of the city. The sound changes first, the hush of enclosed rooms replaced by the open murmur of wind sweeping through stone. Then the scale. The avenue stretches straight and unbroken for kilometers, its surface paved with volcanic rock that radiates heat underfoot. On either side rise platforms and temples, their edges sharp against the pale sky. The air smells of dust and heat, a dry perfume of sun-baked earth. Each step forward deepens the sensation of smallness. The human form is dwarfed by architecture that seems made not for mortals, but for gods. The ziggurat-like pyramids of the sun and moon dominate the horizon, their staircases rising in perfect symmetry toward the sky. The surfaces gleam faintly, not gray as they appear now to modern eyes, but once painted in vivid colors like the mural just left behind. The same reds and greens, the same mineral brilliance once covered every wall. The city was not the dull ruin of stone we see today, but a living canvas of color, a world in which architecture and art were one continuous surface pulsing with divine energy. As the traveler moves along the avenue, the rhythm of the stones underfoot becomes hypnotic. The wind moans low between the structures, carrying whispers of past ceremonies, drums beating in slow unison, voices rising in chant, the deep hum of conch shells blown at dusk. In imagination, torches flicker along the steps of the pyramid, and the scent of burning copal fills the air again,
resinous, sweet, sacred. The smoke drifts upward, curling into the sky like an offering. The light shifts toward afternoon. Shadows lengthen, stretching like fingers across the wide avenue. The heat softens, replaced by a dry coolness that hints at evening. The stones glow faintly red, reflecting the setting sun. High above, the mountains that cradle the valley darken into silhouettes, their peaks resembling the pyramids below, or perhaps the pyramids were designed to resemble them as mirrors of the natural world. The entire city is an act of mimicry, a deliberate echo of cosmic and earthly forms. Everywhere, geometry governs sensation. The repeating pattern of the talud tablero, the sloping base and inset panel, creates rhythm for the eye, a visual drumbeat that guides attention upward. The symmetry imposes calm, but also reverence. Nothing here feels accidental. Even silence is planned, carved into space as carefully as the steps themselves. The city's vastness is not meant to overwhelm with chaos, but to quiet the mind, to erase the self, leaving only the sense of belonging to something far greater and eternal. As dusk descends, the Avenue of the Dead becomes a corridor of fading light. The stones lose their warmth, growing cool underfoot. The air thickens with the scent of dust and evening fires. Far in the distance, the Pyramid of the Moon stands at the avenue's end, bathed in shadow, its outline luminous against the violet sky. Bats begin to emerge, fluttering in slow, silent arcs above the plazas. The flutes return now, softer, ghost-like, as though the city itself is breathing in sleep. The traveler turns once more toward the apartment where the mural was painted. Through the doorway, the goddess still gazes from the wall, her eyes unblinking, her hands forever pouring water over a world of stone. In her presence, time seems circular. The same pigments that once decorated the temples outside now glow quietly in her image. The same hands that shaped bricks for pyramids shaped the brush that painted her face. The same earth that built this city lies beneath every footstep. Teotihuacan was not only a place of stone and ritual, it was a vast organism, a body of clay, pigment, and spirit. The mural, the avenue, the pyramids, the mountains, all parts of one living system that sought harmony with the cosmos. Standing before the goddess now, the air cool and still, one feels that harmony not as knowledge, but as sensation, the faint taste of dust, the low sound of wind, the color of red fading into twilight. And as the stars begin to appear over the valley, the city rests in silence. The painted goddess, half in shadow, half in reflected starlight, watches over the empty avenue. Her presence endures, serene, eternal, a memory of hands that shaped beauty from earth, and of a world that once dreamed itself divine.
Chapter 20. Dawn from a Mayan Temple. Tikal. Night still lingers over the jungle, thick and alive. The air is heavy, almost tangible, pressing gently against the skin. Each breath tastes of moisture and leaf decay, the slow alchemy of life returning to the earth. A faint mist clings to the ferns and ancient roots,
softening every shape in the half-light. The first sound is not a voice, but a pulse, the deep, resonant heartbeat of the forest. Somewhere in the unseen canopy above, a single howler monkey exhales its low, guttural roar. It begins as a vibration and grows into a sound that fills the body more than the ears, primal, vast, unyielding. One by one, others answer from distant trees, until the jungle hums like an immense, unseen choir. The air trembles. The sound is not frightening, but ancient, as if the forest itself were reminding all who listen that it has been here far longer than any temple, any city, any name.
Beneath that thunder of life, subtler notes awaken. The hollow clatter of insects, the whir of cicadas winding themselves into rhythm, the sudden metallic cry of a bird startled from its nest. A chorus of frogs adds its syncopated cadence, while somewhere close, water trickles through unseen roots, glinting faintly in the glow of a fading star. The jungle is not silent. It breathes and murmurs, alive with voices that have never needed words. The traveler stands at the foot of the temple, half hidden among the trees. The stone steps ahead are dark and slick with dew. Each one is worn smooth by centuries of feet, priests, kings, pilgrims, ascending toward the heavens before dawn. Touching the stone reveals its coolness, its quiet pulse of retained night. A drop of water falls from the overhanging vine, landing with a small, clear sound. The scent is of moss, limestone, and thyme. The climb begins slowly. The first few steps feel steep, almost vertical, forcing the body to lean forward, hands brushing the damp edges of the stair. A light breeze moves through the leaves, carrying the fragrance of orchids that bloom only at night, their sweetness faint but distinct, like a final dream before waking. Somewhere close by, a wisp of smoke curls upward, copal resin burning in a clay bowl, tended by unseen hands. Its aroma, sharp, pine-like and pure, cuts through the humidity. This is a smell older than memory, used by the Maya to bridge earth and sky, human and divine. The faint sound of chanting drifts through the dark, a few voices rising and falling like the breath of the forest itself. As the ascent continues, the canopy begins to thin. The dense walls of green give way to an opening of pale, expanding sky. The first hints of color touch the horizon, lavender melting into gray, gray into soft gold. From this height, the forest below appears endless, an ocean of foliage breathing mist. The roar of the monkeys fades to a deep murmur. The air changes too, cooler now, touched by the faint scent of stone and morning. Reaching the top is like emerging from a dream. The traveler stands upon the summit of the temple, the world unrolling in every direction. The limestone platform beneath the feet is cold, rough, and slightly gritty, but it feels alive, humming faintly with the warmth of the earth below. The wind is gentle yet constant, gliding across the skin like water. It carries with it 1,000 scents, the green, resinous breath of leaves,
the faint sweetness of distant flowers, and the clean mineral tang of rain not yet fallen. Before the eyes stretches an infinity of green. The canopy of the forest rolls and undulates to the horizon, its surface unbroken save for a few colossal shapes that pierce through. The limestone crowns of temples, their roof combs rising like the sails of stone ships adrift upon an emerald sea. Temple I to the east catches the earliest light, its peak gilded in gold, its stairway still half in shadow. Temple II gleams opposite, the twin axis of a vanished ritual geometry. And farther still, Temple V rises from the mist, distant and solemn, its profile softened by time and foliage. Between them, the forest breathes, and the first rays of the sun turn the mist into drifting ribbons of fire. The sound of the jungle changes once more. The chaos of countless individual cries becomes one vast harmonious hum. It is no longer a noise, but a texture, a living background. The howler's roars, the bird's calls, the hum of insects, all dissolve into something unified and gentle, as if the forest itself were sighing in relief at the coming of day. For a moment, it feels as though one stands at the center of the world, listening to creation replay itself at dawn. The architecture of the temple reveals its deeper purpose. From this height, it is clear that these pyramids were not built to dominate nature, but to listen to it. They do not rise against the forest, they rise within it. Their stairways align with the cardinal directions, their terraces positioned to mark the equinox and the solstice. When the sun crests the horizon, it touches the edges of the temple precisely, illuminating the carved masks of deities that guard the summit. These are not coincidences. They are alignments of faith and astronomy, architecture as instrument, measuring both time and awe. The traveler kneels, fingertips brushing the carvings along the platform's edge. The grooves are shallow now, softened by centuries of wind and rain, but the symbols remain clear enough to read by touch. The curls of breath that signify speech, the feathered serpent that winds between worlds, and the spiral of the sun's eternal return. Traces of red pigment linger in the crevices, a ghost of the vibrant color that once covered every surface. Under the growing light, the faint red seems to glow again, as if the temple itself were remembering its past. The smell of copal returns on the wind, stronger now. Somewhere below, a priest tends a brazier, feeding the resin to flame. The smoke rises in a thin white column, threading upward through the canopy until it disperses in the widening sky. The fragrance is cleansing, meditative, both grounding and transcendent. It mingles with the earthy smell of the forest and the cool freshness of dawn, forming an invisible bridge between the human and the divine. The sun emerges fully. Its light floods the platform, turning the pale limestone to gold. The warmth spreads across the skin, gentle at first, then radiant. The mist below begins to lift, revealing glimpses of ancient plazas and causeways half swallowed by jungle. Moss-covered stelae stand like silent witnesses to forgotten ceremonies. The tops of trees glitter with dew,
each droplet catching the sunlight and releasing it again, as though the entire forest were made of mirrors. From this vantage point, one begins to understand the Mayan vision of the cosmos. The temple is not a monument of dominance, but a point of balance, a vertical thread connecting underworld, earth, and sky. The climb mirrors the journey of the spirit, from the dark, fertile chaos of the forest floor, through layers of stone and air, to the clarity of the heavens above. To stand here at sunrise is to feel that alignment physically, the wake of the world below, the expanse of sky above, and the breath caught between. A pair of scarlet macaws cross the sky, their wings flashing crimson and blue. Their cries echo briefly before fading into distance. A spider monkey swings through the branches below, its movement graceful and silent. The jungle continues its slow awakening, each sound a note in the vast composition of morning. Time itself seems to pause. The body feels weightless, as if floating above the green sea of life, suspended between moments. The traveler closes his eyes. Behind the lids, the world glows red with sunlight. The breath slows. The rhythmic drone of the forest merges with the pulse in the ears until they are one sound, the heartbeat of the earth.
The faint taste of salt lingers on the lips, carried by the damp breeze. Every sense feels heightened yet tranquil, each blending seamlessly into the next. When the eyes open again, the sun is higher, the mist gone. The temples gleam in full daylight now, solid, eternal, yet softened by the vines that creep along their edges. Far below, the faint smoke of the ritual still curls upward, dissolving into the blue. The city of Tikal lies half hidden, half revealed, its stones breathing with the same quiet rhythm as the forest around it. The experience is not one of conquest, but of communion. Here, the ancient Maya built not to rise above nature, but to converse with it, to measure the movement of the sun, to listen to the breath of the forest, to align their own lives with the living pulse of the world. Their temples were not fortresses, but instruments of perception, amplifying the senses, sharpening awareness, and offering a place where human consciousness could meet the infinite. As the day brightens, the jungle returns to its full, teeming vitality. The cries of birds grow louder, the hum of insects thickens, and the distant roar of a howler monkey sounds once more, less a warning now than a reminder. The traveler lingers at the top of the temple, feeling the stone warm beneath bare feet, the light on the skin, the air moving softly through the hair. There is peace here, not from silence, but from balance, the harmony between sound and stillness, sky and leaf, human and cosmos. When the descent finally begins, each step down feels slower, more deliberate. The light shifts again through the canopy, painting the stone in shades of gold and green. The scent of copal fades gradually, replaced by the loam and wet moss of the forest floor.
The sounds grow louder once more, intimate and near, the call of a toucan, the rustle of a leaf, the faint drip of water. The jungle closes around the traveler, and the temple disappears from sight, swallowed by its living cradle of green. But the feeling remains, that somewhere above the trees, stone still meets sky, and light still falls upon ancient carvings as it has for 1,000 years. The temple waits, as it always has, not as a ruin, but as a breathing part of the forest, a monument not to dominion, but to the eternal dawn.
Chapter 21. The Scent of a Calming Ritual. Aztec.
The night is still over Tenochtitlan. The lake lies motionless, its mirrored surface broken only by the faint ripple of a canoe gliding through darkness. The oars move silently, the wood creaking softly, the water whispering against the hull. From afar, the temple district glows faintly, a constellation of oil lamps and smoking braziers rising from stone terraces. The air carries a mixture of scents: damp reeds, the mineral breath of the lake, and the faint sweetness of burning resin. It is the hour before dawn, when the world is half asleep, half awake, and the boundary between earth and spirit feels thin. Inside the temple precinct, the city's great noise is gone. The chatter of the markets, the cries of the hawkers, the rhythm of sandals on stone, all fade into a deep and reverent quiet. The sound that remains is gentle and layered. The low crackle of a fire, the distant pulse of a drum somewhere deeper within the complex, and the steady whisper of smoke rising through the cool air. Here, within a small chamber lined with stone, an Aztec priest begins a ritual not of spectacle, but of silence. The room is dimly lit, the walls breathing with faint shadows cast by a single flame. The scent of copal fills the space first, dense, sacred, unmistakable. It is a fragrance that clings to everything: the skin, the robes, the very breath. It is at once earthy and celestial, a smell that bridges soil and sky. The resin hisses softly as it melts on the charcoal, releasing clouds that twist and shimmer in the air. The smoke is white at first, then turns golden as it catches the firelight. It moves like water, rising and curling in patterns that seem deliberate, alive. The priest closes his eyes and breathes deeply. The scent enters his lungs, heavy and cleansing. It is said that copal smoke carries prayers upward, that each tendril of it is a pathway for words the mouth cannot form. Beneath that dominant scent lies another, sweetgrass. Its perfume is softer, lighter, like sun-dried hay after rain. The contrast is exquisite, the deep earthiness of copal grounding the senses, while the sweetgrass lifts them, clearing the mind. Together they form a balanced harmony, a conversation between stillness and release. Then comes sandalwood, imported, precious, rare. Its aroma deepens the air, woody, warm, meditative. It lingers near the floor, intermingling with the others until the whole room becomes a vessel of scent. Each inhalation feels like descent and ascent at once. The senses sharpen, but the mind quiets. The heart slows. The chamber flickers with faint orange light, illuminating carved walls adorned with feathered serpents and stylized flowers. Their shadows shift across the stone as though the carvings themselves are alive, swaying to the rhythm of invisible music. The faint sound of a rattle joins in. Seeds or shells shaken once, softly. A single conch sounds from afar, its low, breathy note echoing through the temple corridors. The air is thick now, warm, fragrant, alive. To breathe it is to feel it on the tongue, the faint bitterness of resin, the sweetness of grass, the dry, woody taste of smoke. The priest sits still, spine straight, eyes closed. His face is streaked with ash and pigment. His breath follows the rhythm of the flickering flame. Then, suddenly, the calm is broken. A sound splits the silence, a high, piercing human scream. It is not a voice, but the voice of clay. The sound bursts forth from an instrument shaped like a skull, the Aztec death whistle. Its cry is both mechanical and alive. Neither human nor inhuman, but something in between. It echoes violently against the walls, cutting through the thick air like a blade. The first instinct is terror. The body reacts before the mind, a tightening of the chest, a rush of blood to the skin, the heart hammering against the ribs. The sound carries something primal, something ancient, an echo from the place where fear is born. It is not merely loud, it is personal, penetrating the mind like a memory of danger. The priest does not flinch. His hand lowers the whistle. The scream fades into the chamber, dissolving into the smoke. The silence that follows is enormous. It feels heavier than before, like the air has absorbed the echo and is holding it close. The scent of copal returns, insistent and strong, curling back into the senses, reclaiming the space. The contrast is deliberate, almost alchemical. Terror followed by tranquility. The sudden shock of death, then the return to the sacred calm of life. The ritual is not cruelty, it is control. It teaches the body to feel both extremes, to know the whole spectrum of existence, from the serenity of the divine to the rawness of mortality. In that tension lies the power of the ceremony. The mind, jolted by the scream, becomes hyper-aware, senses magnified, consciousness stretched thin. The sense that once felt comforting now seem infinite, almost overwhelming. The smoke, the firelight, the stone, all seem sharper, more alive. The space feels vast, though it is small. Every crack in the wall, every flicker of the flame feels imbued with presence. The ritual has shifted perception. The ordinary world has become luminous. Outside, dawn begins to touch the sky. Through the doorway, a faint stripe of silver light spills across the floor, catching the slow curl of the smoke. The priest rises. The ritual has ended, but its residue lingers. The fragrance of copal clings to the robes. The whistle rests silent on the altar, its skull mouth blackened from use. The purpose of this ritual was never merely to frighten. It was to awaken the spirit, the body, the deep animal self that hides beneath language. The Aztecs understood that fear and peace are not opposites, but twins, born of the same root. The scream sharpens awareness. The scent restores it. Together, they forge the complete circle of experience, agitation and release, chaos
and stillness, life and its mirror. In the final quiet, the fire dies down. The air grows cooler. The smoke thins and fades into nothing. Only the faint smell of resin remains, a reminder that what was burned has been offered. The city outside stirs. The lake catches the first reflection of light. Birds begin to call, their voices thin and sharp. The priest steps out into the open air. The chill of morning meets his skin. The temple towers over the city, its terraces bathed in pale gold. From this height, the sound of the waking world reaches him faintly, the rhythm of water against the lake's edge, the distant murmur of people beginning their day. The temple chamber behind him now feels like a dream, but its sensations linger. The warmth of firelight, the sting of the whistle's cry, the comfort of the lingering scent. He stands at the edge of the platform, facing east. The sun rises slowly. Its first rays ignite the feathers of a nearby offering, bright quetzal plumes that shimmer with living color. The fragrance of copal drifts upward once more, carried by the wind. It mingles with the morning air, spreading across the city, faint but unmistakable. In that moment, the line between the sacred and the ordinary disappears. Every breath, every sound, every scent belongs to the same world. And though the ritual has ended, its calm remains, woven into the smoke, the sunlight,
and the vast waking silence of Tenochtitlan. Part 7. The Emperor's Silent Guard. This final part draws the long journey eastward, to the heart of China, beneath the quiet fields of Shanxi, near the ancient capital of Xi'an. Here, under the slopes of Mount Li, and within sight of the Wei River plain, the earth shelters one of humanity's most haunting creations, the terracotta army of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Unlike the vast sweeps of previous worlds, the temples of Egypt, the marble of Greece, the stone forests of Mesoamerica, this chapter turns inward, into the silence beneath the soil. It is both an ending and a descent, a meditation on the boundary between life and eternity, on the artistry of anonymous hands, and on how individuality survives even within imperial order. Across its 2 chapters, the Emperor's Silent Guard moves through the subterranean chambers of the terracotta army and the surrounding landscape of Xi'an. It listens to the cool air beneath Mount Li, the scent of fired clay, the lingering traces of color on ancient faces. It reflects on the craftsmen who once molded an army from earth, and the emperor who sought immortality through their labor. Together, they evoke not conquest, but endurance, a stillness that bridges empire and humanity, power and memory, silence and time itself. Chapter 22. Descending into the Earth. The journey begins above ground, beneath the pale autumn sky of Shanxi. The plains stretch outward beyond the city of Xi'an, once known as Chang'an, the radiant heart of the Qin and Han worlds. Here the earth breathes history. The air is cool and thin, carrying the faint scent of loose dust and harvested grain. In the distance, the Qinling Mountains rise in slow blue waves, and to the north, the Wei River glints faintly in the light. Every breeze feels ancient, as if stirred by the same winds that once carried the banners of the first emperor's armies across this plain. Beyond the villages that edge the city, where persimmon trees lean against earthen walls, lies a low hill, Mount Li. It seems modest from afar, but beneath its slopes sleeps the vast tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the emperor who sought to bind heaven and earth into one empire. The modern road that leads here hums faintly with the sound of buses and voices, but the land itself feels older than any motion upon it. The soil is ochre and fine, the color of dried clay, the same substance that will soon surround you. At the edge of the archaeological park, a narrow path slopes downward. Each step draws you away from the sunlit fields of Shanxi and toward the depths of time. The air cools quickly, gravel gives way to packed earth. The smell of the surface world, smoke, grain, iron, and human breath, fades behind you, replaced by the slow mineral scent of the ground. It smells of clay and shadow, of centuries compressed into silence. The descent continues through a long corridor lit by pale lamps. The light falls unevenly, catching on rough walls of earth. The sound of the outside world, its engines, its chatter, its birds, vanishes. What remains is the hush of footsteps and the whisper of air moving through the narrow space. The temperature drops, the humidity rises. You are entering not simply a pit, but a world that has been sealed since the age of emperors. At the base of the ramp, the tunnel widens into a cavernous hall. For a moment, the mind cannot grasp what the eyes behold. The chamber stretches farther than sight allows, an ocean of figures standing in ordered silence. The terracotta army reveals itself. Thousands of clay soldiers lined in ranks, their faces turned toward eternity beneath the plains of Lin Tong. The air here feels thick, almost tactile. It carries the faint metallic tang of preservation chemicals and the older, deeper scent of fired clay. When you inhale, it feels as though you are breathing through time itself, air sifted through centuries of stillness. The silence is immense, like the weight of the mountain above pressing down into your chest. At first, the army seems a single being, vast and still. But as your eyes adjust, individuality emerges. No two faces are the same. Each expression, each curl of hair, each fold of armor is unique, the echo of the artisan who shaped it. You imagine them in workshops along the Wei River 2 millennia ago, clay under their fingernails, sweat drying on their brows, murmuring as they sculpted warriors to guard their emperor beyond death. They lived and died in anonymity, yet their fingerprints endure in every contour. The terracotta men stand shoulder to shoulder, their postures rigid, but alive with potential motion. Once, their armor was bright with lacquer, their tunics painted crimson and blue, colors of power that have now faded to ash. The light that touches them now is dim and reverent, filtered through the haze of preservation lamps. It glances off cheekbones and helmets, sliding gently down the length of each spear shaft long since vanished. The soldiers remain ready, their silence louder than any drumbeat.
The earth walls rise high around them, ribbed with timber supports. The space feels neither tomb nor museum, but something between, a threshold. Above you lies Mount Li, heavy with the emperor's sealed mausoleum. Beyond it, the modern city hums with life. But here, the two worlds meet. The pulse of the living and the patience of the dead, separated only by layers of loess and time. Somewhere in the distance, a faint mechanical hum, the sound of air circulation, trembles through the chamber. It is small and temporary, swallowed quickly by the immensity of quiet. You hear your own breath more clearly than anything else. You begin to feel that silence is the true medium here, as if sound itself were forbidden to disturb the order of the past. You move slowly along the viewing path, the air cool on your skin. A fine layer of dust coats the floor, stirred gently by your steps, rising like smoke in the light. Each particle glimmers briefly before sinking again. The dust of centuries, perhaps of pigment, perhaps of bone. To disturb it feels like waking something that prefers to dream. Beneath your feet runs the same earth that once built the emperor's empire. This is the soil of the Wei Valley, rich, compact, and eternal. It has grown wheat, borne palaces, and now shelters an army that has never fought. Every handful of it holds a fragment of the empire's ambition, the dream of order, control, and immortality. Standing before the front ranks, you notice the subtle variations: a commander with calm eyes, a young infantryman with a hint of weariness, a horse's head tilted as if listening. They are not ghosts, yet they seem aware. Each figure looks outward as though waiting for a signal that will never come. Their patience is absolute. In this silence, time feels suspended. You think of the emperor's dream, to rule forever, to command even in death. The palace above has long since turned to dust, the dynasty fallen, yet here his soldiers still stand. In their endurance there is both triumph and tragedy, the victory of craftsmanship over decay and the futility of human will against the vastness of time. You raise your eyes once more. Overhead, beyond the ceiling and the hill, lies the living world, the traffic of Xi'an, the curve of the Wei River, the green line of the mountains. Down here, the empire remains intact. The two coexist like memory and dream, layered in the same landscape. You breathe deeply, tasting clay and coolness. The silence settles into you. The descent that began as a physical act has become something spiritual, a journey into stillness, into the heart of endurance. When at last you turn to leave, the ranks remain unmoving, their eyes fixed towards the unseen emperor who sleeps beneath Mount Li. Above, the wind stirs the fields of Shanxi once more. Below, the terracotta soldiers keep their eternal watch, the guardians of an empire that no longer exists, yet has never truly ended.
Chapter 23. A Face in the Crowd.
The air beneath Mount Li feels still, almost reverent. Above this place, the modern city of Xi'an hums with life. Bicycles rattling down tree-lined streets, vendors calling near the ancient walls, the distant whistle of a train bound for the east. But here, just a few kilometers away, under the quiet fields of Lintong, the noise of the world fades into silence. The earth remembers differently. It holds its breath. The descent begins again, down the same sloping path that cuts through Shanxi's ochre soil. The air cools with each step, heavy with the smell of clay and time. Light narrows to a corridor of gold and gray, flickering from lamps strung along the excavated walls. Somewhere above, farmers still till the same lowest plains, where half a century ago, their shovels struck the head of a soldier buried beneath their fields, the first sign of an empire awakening from sleep. Now, within the subterranean vault, the silence thickens. The light from the ceiling lamps drifts softly across an ocean of faces. The ranks of the terracotta army stretch into shadow, thousands of soldiers standing in ordered formation beneath the plains of the Wei River Valley. The air carries the faint, powdery scent of fired clay and ancient pigment, mixed with the cool, mineral breath of the earth itself. At first, the vision overwhelms. The mind sees only multitude, an endless congregation of warriors frozen in stillness. But gradually, as the eyes adjust, individuality emerges, one face, then another. The vast army begins to fracture into a gathering of souls. You step closer. The light catches the curve of a cheek, the soft fold of a lip, the subtle trace of a scar pressed into clay by an artisan's steady hand. None are idealized, none are identical. These are not the sculpted gods of Greece, nor the serene saints of India. They are men, soldiers who once marched beneath banners along the roads of Xinjiang, the imperial capital that rose just north of here when the Qin Empire was young. Their faces carry the quiet fatigue of obedience, the calm of duty that has outlived time. The artisans who made them worked not in palaces, but in workshops scattered across the valley. You can almost hear the sounds of their labor, the thud of clay being kneaded, the hiss of fire hardening it, the murmur of voices reciting orders by torchlight. They shaped these figures in parts, torsos cast from molds, but hands, faces, and armor carved individually by touch. Their world was filled with the scent of wet earth, of charcoal and lacquer, of human sweat drying under the dim glow of oil lamps. They would never see the emperor they served, yet their craft outlived his body by 2,000 years. Now the air inside the pit feels almost tangible. A faint layer of dust lies on every surface, rising in slow spirals when disturbed. The dust is not mere soil, it is history, the residue of pigment, wood, and bone. When you breathe, you taste it faintly, the ghost of cinnabar red, the hint of copper from ancient bronze weapons long removed, or the memory of lacquer that once shone like polished night. The terracotta faces seem to watch you as you move among them. Each expression carries its own quiet narrative: patience, resolve, sorrow, perhaps even compassion. One warrior gazes slightly downward, as if lost in thought. Another looks upward, eyes narrowed in readiness. There is a rhythm to their stillness, a discipline that transcends life itself. They were meant to guard the emperor in his eternal reign, but their true victory is endurance. In the dim light, faint colors still linger, a blush of red along a sleeve, a whisper of blue beneath the eyes. Once, this underground world blazed with pigment, an army radiant with color beneath the soil of Shanxi. Imagine it newly completed, the torchlight flickering against rows of fresh paint, the smell of drying lacquer thick in the air, the muffled footsteps of supervisors walking between ranks. The soldiers gleamed like a living force, and then, as the tunnels were sealed, The torches went out, and darkness became their final command. You stand among them, listening. The silence here is not empty. It hums faintly, like a pulse beneath the ground. It feels as though the mountain itself is breathing. The breath of Mount Li exhaled through every corridor of this hidden empire. Above, the Wei River glints faintly through the haze of noon. Below, time stands still. One face draws your attention. The eyes are calm, the mouth almost smiling, an expression both ordinary and eternal. Perhaps it belonged to a craftsman's friend, a brother, or even himself immortalized in clay. You realize that among this multitude, individuality was never lost, it was preserved. Every fingerprint on these surfaces is a defiance against oblivion. You take a step back and let your gaze wander across the ranks again. The faces merge slowly into one vast form, as though the emperor's vision, unity without chaos, order without flaw, has finally been achieved, not in life, but in silence. Yet that silence feels human, not imperial. It carries warmth, not command. The thought lingers as you begin to ascend once more, toward the light filtering down from the entrance tunnel. The air grows warmer, touched again by the scent of dust and sun. When you emerge, the plains of Shanxi stretch outward, soft hills under a wide gray sky, wheat fields swaying, the faint outline of the kindling mountains rising blue in the south. The wind carries both freshness and memory. You look back once more toward Mount Li. Beneath it lies the emperor's tomb, sealed forever. Around it the soldiers continue their watch, unmoving yet alive in their endurance. And you understand now what they truly guard. Not a ruler, but the trace of every hand that ever shaped this earth, the invisible humanity pressed into the heart of empire.
Epilogue. The breath beneath the world. The journey ends where silence begins, not in a single place, but in the space that connects them all. From the pulse of the Nile to the hush beneath Mount Li, you have drifted through the long dream of civilization, where water, stone, and light shaped what it meant to be human. Egypt taught the rhythm of eternity. Greece revealed harmony in the measure of thought. Rome gave structure to ambition. Mesopotamia and the Indus rose from clay to sky. Persia and China turned order into beauty. The Americas carved prayer into jungle and flame. Each world sought the same thing beneath its difference, a way to speak with time. Now, standing at the quiet end of the path, you sense how every empire leaves not only ruins, but breath, a continuity that hums beneath the surface of the earth. The pyramids and temples, the agoras and baths, the ziggurats and gardens, the murals and tombs, all were attempts to hold the fleeting within form. Each civilization, in its own tongue, whispered the same desire, that life should not vanish without leaving meaning behind. You close your eyes and the landscapes merge. The Nile becomes a ribbon of moonlight winding through Athens' olive trees. The Parthenon's marble fades into the brick of ore. The gardens of Persepolis bloom beside the temples of Teotihuacan. The terracotta soldiers stand at attention beneath stars reflected in the waters of the Persian fountains. The world folds into itself, one great architecture of memory.
The wind that once filled a felucca's sail now stirs the dust above Xi'an. It carries scents that span millennia, lotus and myrrh, olive and cedar, wet clay and baked brick. It smells of hands that built and painted and prayed. In that wind you hear echoes of the same intention that bound priest, sculptor, philosopher, and emperor alike, to find harmony between the human and the eternal. Civilization, you realize, was never a single song, but a great fugue, voices entering and fading, each taking up the theme of order against chaos, beauty against decay. Its melody still plays beneath the surface of the modern world, in the geometry of cities, in the quiet of museums, in the rhythm of language itself. Every time a person looks at a stone column or touches a shard of pottery, the dialogue begins again. The last image that remains is not of monuments, but of hands. The anonymous hands that shaped clay, lifted stone, traced pigment across plaster. Their work endures where names do not. Through them, the earth remembers itself, generation after generation. You inhale once more. The air feels old and new at once, dust and dawn combined. Somewhere far away, a river moves toward the sea. A temple bell rings. A leaf falls into still water. The world exhales. And as the sound fades, you understand, history is not behind you. It moves within you, like breath. You have walked through its corridors, touched its walls, felt its silence, and in doing so, you have joined the long continuum of those who sought to make meaning from the passing of time. The journey ends here, but its echo remains, quiet, unending, alive beneath the world.